So what if I started a new world?
No, I don't think it's gonna be a new satisfactory world. I still haven't finished this one, to be fair. Well, we could start a new all the mods stand or even continue this one, but I feel like the village would rebel against me if I started a new world, and you guys kind of voted not to continue on all the mods 10.
Well, I could go back and update my pack as well, but I feel like there's so many things new that I want to try out that I cannot put into the pack that I probably just have to make a new one. So I have decided I'll make a new pack.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back to a new Create series. Now, as the sun rises, also, my will to do videos and make some Create content is risen as well. And yes, I asked you guys what I should do, either continue on all the mods stand or start a new pack, and well, it's been going so far, new pack it is. Well, what pack could I possibly be playing? Well, I'm kind of getting a little bit of a mix of my own, but as a base, I'm using the Just Create SMP mod pack. And then I added quite a few mods on top of it. It was just like this shiny backpack. Oh, and also a bunch of cool gearboxes like this one, you know? This will save me a lot of hassle down the line. But I've been trying to get myself a head start exploring and coming as right now we're placing ourselves in the most difficult task any Minecrafter ever has, to actually find a base, you know, a spot for a house, because keep just roaming the map and not picking anything. So I kind of have to force myself to pick a spot. And look at that, isn't it a beauty? Basic house where the world shall start. And I got a villager because we have the carry on mod, which is pretty helpful. I already got some create going on over here. Well, it's not going on, hold on, I kind of removed it. I had this working and I had to remove it. Now I need to fix it, so we're gonna go ahead and fix it real quick. Basically, this is a water wheel with a drill, which is basically getting me cobblestone. So we'll go ahead and we're gonna use one of these bad boys. Oh my god, look at that, it's so good. Then we're gonna put a shaft over there and get a gearbox, and boom, we now have cobblestone for days. Now besides that, there hasn't really like been a lot of progression. I just gathered some resources, just made myself a fresh iron set, and now I'm gonna go mining for a little bit to get some more resources while I stockpile on stone, because I don't have a roof. And I want a stone roof for now. Now, there is something very important that I want to be using like as much as I can in my builds from now on. And that is, well, this guy right here. The schematic cannon. Now, I used them just a little bit in the past before, but I kind of want to use them a little bit more to make buildings like a lot faster. But most importantly, have some like built-in setups that I can just deploy and he will do it for me. Like, for example, I want a chest that already has some sort of frog ports and stuff like that. I can just use a schematic for it, deploy him, boom, he automatically builds it whatever I want it. I don't need to build it by hand. That looks a pretty cool idea, and I definitely want to be using that. Oh, and by the way, this is actually how well, not with that, but this is how I've been getting my wood. I just do this, and well, it's E3, easy E3. Now I could actually just go ahead and put them all together, right? Hold on. Oh, I kind of just ran out of bone meal, but I guess we can test it out nonetheless because we have two trees together. But does this work? No, it doesn't. Oh boy. No, wait. I know why it didn't work. It didn't work because that wasn't the last log. I believe, do this now. It's actually gonna work now. Yep, there we go. I also installed some power back here with some water wheels and got my press making me some iron sheets because I kind of want to improve my base a little bit, even though, well, I don't have a roof, but in its time, you know, it's due time. We have priorities. We handle the raid over here. Yeah, we can handle rain over here. Oh,
Look at that, we got free cam. Oh, that's nice. Can you go under? Oh my god! Oh my god! What is that? What's that? Okay. I'm back. Sorry. Go get him, doggy. Go get him. Go get him. No, where are you going? Here. That's my boy. That's my boy. And I knew that this no block would come into the rescue. Like, I'm trying to get the power from here to a couple of fans that I have back there, plus my press. And well, as you can see here, it's already powering my press, which is in the middle here. You can kind of see it over there. But then I also want to power these guys. And how am I going to do that? Well, like this. Just do this. Do that there. Put a shaft in the middle there because used there. That one. And then that one. And watch me have literally zero like mechanical prowess, because I believe if I do this, the fans will not spin in the proper way. Oh well. Yep, exactly as I predicted. It's like, this is right, this is wrong. This is right, this is wrong. So yeah, I guess I have to come up with another solution. I have a solution. I know what I could use up there, but I really want to use the gearboxes. Because I could just use a belt with a couple of shafts. That would work, but I don't want to use that. It probably has way too many cogwheels back there, but it's fine. It works. It's perfect for what we have it. And we don't really need it to be anything more than this. Let me just grab you. And now place you. And place you. And just like that, got a washing, cooking, and a smelting setup. And this one will be for haunting. But I don't have a soul sand, so I cannot make the soul campfire. So yeah, it's gotta wait. Besides, I don't even have a roof. And yeah, I also decided to put here a lever that actually stopped the drill. So whenever that guy is full, I can just stop the process altogether. Because I still don't have access to obsidian, or an easy access to obsidian, I should say. I don't even have diamonds. Well, I don't have a roof. You know what? Instead of having that open slot, I just moved the campfire over there and got the lava to pour down. And now I got, well, twice as fast as the smelting setup. It means maybe I can finish the roof. Now, while I wait on some resources, there's actually something I want to do today as well. I want to get myself a boat, search the ocean. Well, actually not for kelp, but while I'm here, might as well, right? Yeah, I want to find this. A little shipwreck. And is this the wrong one? Ah, come on. Oh, I think this one will do. Right? No. It doesn't do. I need to find a treasure map. How hard is it? Whenever I don't want to find one, I do find one. Okay, finally got one. And is it close? Oh, it is. That's good. That's very good. And I wanted this, the heart of the sea. And I guess I'll take the water breathing potions as well. But mostly the heart of the sea. And you might be wondering, why do I want a heart of the sea? Well, because it has some new functionalities. Now, if you take a look here, we can see that we have the regular conduit. But take a look at what we can do with it. We have this recipe right here, which turns it into a conduit cage. What's a conduit cage? Well, why don't I just let the ponder show you guys what it does. And as you can see, it's like a compact version, and it can be pumped up with fluids. And I believe it's actually does potions as well. But mainly water is what you need, and you give it water and it activates. And after it's activated, it can do a little bit of fan processing, but it actually does a little bit of a change to some items. And the main one is changing flint into prismarine. Now, that's a hell of a recipe right there. And you might be wondering, well, why? And wait, it can actually affect mobs? Wait, what? What? Oh, okay. It gives you the conduit buff. Yes, of course. Yes, but you can have different fluids. Oh, yeah, I think you can take potions and give you like some potion effects. Yeah, pretty sure. Which is fine. It's fine. But mostly prismarine. That's what I want out of that thing. And now if you take a look at prismarine shards, and if you take a look at what we can do with them, you can see we can get them from this recipe right here. But more importantly, we can do the prismarine block. And with the prismarine block, we can crush it for lapis lazuli. So we have a recipe to get infinite lapis. Or we can smelt it into viridium, and viridium crushed gives us copper. So we have infinite copper and also infinite lapis lazuli if you want to. Very, very easily. Well, I say very, very easily, but it requires quite a little bit of an infrastructure to be fair. But hey, look at what my free camp just found. A trial chambers. I'm gonna test my luck here and see if we can get any good loot. Because I kinda need a bunch of... Well, X is gone. I kinda need a bunch of resources to be fair, so... Might as well just try my luck. Maybe we can get something good. I don't even know if... Like, are they worth it? Like, what kind of good stuff can I get besides just mining the copper off the walls? I really don't know. Well, I guess I can get some lingering potions. And oh boy. Well, I'm dead. I completely didn't realize that they added that new skeleton. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long way back. Well, Doggle, let's see if this is any worth it. Iron, a book. Feather Falling 4. I'd say that's worth it. That seems pretty good. It seems pretty good. I got a couple of keys. Now we just need to find a couple of bolts, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I can find in here. I just hope I don't find any more skeletons. Oh, this one needs the big key. I need to find the place that gets the big key. Okay, to be fair, it does seem to have some interesting loot, like actual blocks of emerald and stuff like that. So it seems pretty decent overall. Oh, that's a good chest. The first diamonds. Oh, and oh, there's also a vault here. Are you a regular? Ah, there's a blue one. I haven't gotten a blue key. Hey, how hard are they to get? Shouldn't this place have the same amount of keys? Or like the amount of keys should be... I should have it. Yes, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? Would you look at that? A diamond axe with efficiency. And a music disc. Oh, and a shield. I'll take a shield. Yeah, I'll take that. Plus a bunch of other stuff like that. Like a wind chart, which I believe we can use to make... I don't know. I know we can use the breeze rod. Yes, the breeze rod to make this maze. But we need to find a heavy core, which we haven't found. So... Well, at least we got a new weapon. Why does a diamond axe have the same damage as an iron axe? What? Oh, wow. Oh, I did not know that. Oh, at least it lasts like a lot longer than the one I currently have. I feel like I'm peaking in Valorant. These guys just keep spamming arrows over me. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Ow. Ow. Missed. Are you all gone? Thank god. And all that for a potato. Well, now I just need to get out of here because yeah, I got pretty much all the vaults. I even checked with FreeCam and it does seem like there's nothing left, which is unfortunate because I would really have loved to have gotten something to open the blue chests with, you know? I feel like they should have those keys like more accessible. Hey, at least we get our hands on more diamonds. Oh, don't fall. Hey, would you look at that? I have a roof now. Which means there's only really one more thing I want to do today. Now, what I want to do before we end off today is actually make an iron farm. Just trying to figure out where I want to place it, because I want to use the schematics to then copy it and like have a copy for it. So I don't really have a clue. Maybe over there near the water, maybe. So I want to try and fit everything inside a 7x7, and well, these water wheels already take a lot of space, and I kind of want to speed the process up, which means doing my cogwheel magic over here. And well, that's also gonna take a bit of space. I guess we can take advantage of some areas to try and get this as close up together as we can possibly have, but we still have some space here. Let's see what I can come up with. Well, it's not super pretty, but I guess this should work. I only need to do one last cogwheel, or gearbox I should put it over there. That will break the cobblestone in its due time, of course. And cobblestone goes there, then we'll put a funnel. Cobblestone goes there to the millstone. From the millstone should then sand gravel, which should just sit on here because it cannot enter this barrel. So, yep. And it should be washed. And it would, well, it can give us iron nuggets and flint. It's very slow. We could just speed it up, you know, of course. But it should work. Yep, it is actually working. It's very slow. It's very slow, but it's not intended to be fast. You know? This is a starter farm nonetheless, and it should actually give us access to, well, infinite iron. But mostly just the iron nuggets should be very, very helpful getting more andesite alloy. Just need to get my hands on, well, tons of andesite to be fair. But, yep, that's working. And so, this is probably all the time we're gonna have for today for our first episode back on the Create mod. And, well, if you guys have any things that you want me to do in this world, let me know. I got a couple of ideas. There's a lot of things I want to do. And I also decided that I mostly don't want to break up the terrain, so I'll probably have to follow the terrain as well. Any cool ideas you guys have, let me know. But, as always, guys, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't. And why do I not have a face? See ya in the next episode. Bye. Hello everybody, and isn't this a fine day to create? Now you can see we did a little bit of changes, you know, just putting this around the house to make it feel a little bit better. Our iron farm is very up and running and barely giving us iron. We do need to upgrade this today, but before we do anything else, I kind of want to do a storage. Yes, because, well, I like chests. They're good, they're great. They're filled. They're completely filled with random junk, and I don't really like that. I want some organization here. And so Create comes to the rescue with a bunch of cool mechanics that were introduced in Create 6.0. Now, this is an insane thing to do, but we will do it anyway, because not only does it look cool, it's also like a pretty large amount of storage. I don't even know like how many items fill into one of these vaults, but I'm pretty sure that's a lot of items that go into here. And well, with Create 6.0, we can actually automate and actually search inside of these things using packagers, stock links, and a stock checker. Now, how are we gonna do this? Now, first, we kind of need to deal with a bunch of mechanics that are gonna happen here. And if you want a pretty good explanation, you can follow Chosen Architect's video on this, because this is where I'm getting this from. And yes, his video is pretty much excellent at teaching you all of the mechanics. Now, basically, we want to get a couple of items rolling here. And I want to put a barrel there. It's going to be our input, and we're going to put a barrel here. It's going to be our output. So if you want to put things into here, we just put it into this barrel, things out, go down here. Now, we also need a little bit of a help, but we'll get there. And then we need these packagers. And what we're gonna do with them? We kind of need 4 on all of these corners, and you actually need to specifically place them. Like, you want one that's directly connected to the item vault. You see, whenever you ask the vault for something, this is going to be the packager that's going to be, oh, I have it, I'm gonna package the item. And then it's actually gonna put the package into a chute, which then is actually gonna be opened up in this barrel right here, which is pretty good. Now on the top, you kind of need to do the other way around. You want the packager looking into this barrel, and you want the packager looking into your item storage. And of course, you also want a chute. And you can of course use the chute windowed version if you want to. Now, just like this, of course, it's not really gonna work. We need a couple of extra things. Enter the stock ticker, and a lever. And basically what you want to do, you want to put a stock link into here. So now this guy is actually linked up to this item vault because it's connected. As you can see, you can actually see through here that it's actually connected to the vault. So it now keeps tabs on what are the items inside that item vault, which is pretty good. And then with the stock ticker, I believe you shift right click it or something like that there. Is that right? Oh, it's just right click it there. See, it's outlined, it's connected, and then we can place it here, for example. And now you can actually, well, it kind of needs a mob. That's why we have the dog there. And we can pick up the dog here with the carry-on mod and sit him here. You can see he's got a little hat. And now, yes, we have the stock ticker, which doesn't really have nothing connected to it. We're gonna get to that. And then the lever, we can actually put it on top of that barrel. Then should, well, I don't know, I actually don't think this barrel works for it. So at the moment we'll just put him over there. And now it is actually powered on. And so now it's all set up and done. And if you check on the doggo, you can see he has a lot, well, it doesn't have any items yet, but it will. And this is how we can actually start giving him items. For example, we can just put these items in here. And we can do that, we can do that, we can do that. We can even do this and this pickaxe. Let the items flow in there. We're gonna need these in a moment. And now all our items are safe kept in this vault. Now, I have no clue how many items go into here. If you guys know, let me know. Because I kind of need to know. I got a lot of junk sitting around here. I believe I can put everything here. I'm not sure. We're gonna do it anyway, just because I don't want to use a lot of chests in my world. But yeah, it seems fine-ish. I do not want to sit. I want to check up with you. It seems fine. I'll keep just tossing all the items I have. There we go. All of them are now inside of here, and we can see all of our items in their glory inside of the vaults. Now, thanks to a little doggo. We can actually give him a name, you know, because he should have a name while it's here. And if you want anything, you can just ask him. And for example, I want my torches. They go up there. That's one. I want to shift click, and they all come into here. And then we're gonna go send. And then the package goes in and gets opened, and boom, our torches are back. This is really, really good and very, very compact. And of course, we can also expand the vault later. To make it a lot larger and then have more inputs and outputs and have like a centralized storage. Like, that's all to come. Don't worry, I want to do all of that. But of course, we kind of need a lot of things, and those things come from the Nether. And yes, I gotta go on an adventure myself into the Nether to hopefully get some blazes, maybe a blaze spawner, because we have the carry on mod, which I think we can just pick them the spawners and take them wherever that we want, so that's gonna be pretty cool. Oh no, this is not a good spawn. Oh boy, I gotta move. I gotta hide. More important, because there's a lot of skeletons and we do not run fast on soul sand. Oh, that being said, I kind of want a little bit of soul sand, so don't mind me, Skellies. I just came to grab some soul sand. And I'm off. Thank you. Do I see a fortress? No. That is also bad. Well, I see a bastion. That's not a fortress. So I guess I'll have to dig a lot to try and find something. Guys, we found it. Finally. Oh, there's a blaze. The blaze spawner right there. We found the fortress. Now, I believe we can just yoink. And we got ourselves a blaze burner. Now, I don't know what I want to do with it. I kind of didn't really prepare as much as I wanted to. Oh, and that's a regular. I guess we'll just leave him there for the time being. I kind of wanted to take him in close to my portal, but I guess it's gonna be a hard fight trying to get out of here. So we'll have to just come up with another way of taking him out of here. Oof, I'm back. Well, I didn't quite get the blaze spawner any closer to the portal. But to be fair, we kind of got some interesting things. Mainly the saddle, because it means I can get a horse and we can go around. And yes, it was not a fun exit, to be fair. Something tells me that we reached our limit. But we don't really have that many items in here. But I guess it's fair. I guess it's fair. We don't really have that many vaults, to be fair. To be like, I mean, we could do better, right? Well, after another trip to the Nether, I was actually able to get my hands on some blaze burners. So now I kind of want to put them to the test because we need brass. And how do we make brass? A little bit of coal, a little bit of zinc, and a little bit of copper. And I already have this hooked up with some of the upgrades I have over here. We have a basin, we have a mixer, and we have a blaze burner. So now I'm just gonna toss this inside here, and we right click the blaze burner, which should burn for a minute. I don't know if that's enough. Oh, we can actually give it. That's perfect. I didn't know we could actually stack it like that. So that should be more than enough. So we can just give this back to our system. I got a gas here and some stuff, but what we need is brass, and we need tons of it. Now, I got my hands on some brass, and I want to do one thing very, very specific, and that is a little bit of a cave. It's an empty fan catalyst, which we can actually take advantage of. See, if we place this bad boy down, it does nothing on its own. But if we give it a lava bucket, it now holds lava, and we can actually break it. Keeps the lava. We can, well, pick this lava up, put it there, and now I no longer need to trap the lava anywhere, because it just chills there. It just does what it has to do. It's just like that. That's literally perfection right there. And if we do another one, we can do the setup again for the other one. We have more lava. We just do this, and boom. And that's really, really easy. And it's also very, very good because of the blueprints that I want to use. Because you see, the blueprint is not going to copy liquids, right? Like that blueprint is not going to copy any liquids. I will still probably would do the water on the top. But for example, the one for the fan, the one that's washing the gravel, we don't need to do that. We can just use these things with water. And that's crazy good. Okay, I was just taking a look at the usages of this fan catalyst, and there's something that caught me off guard. Now, you see, as we're starting to get deeper into the create mod, I kind of need to start messing with rose quartz. And you probably know that to get rose quartz and then turn into polished rose quartz, well, you need polishing recipe, right? Which uses sandpaper, and then we'll just push them together, and you get the polished rose quartz. But apparently there's also this method now. Okay, I did not know about this. This is also a really good one. But something that caught me off guard was this recipe right here, which says that this does bulk sanding. Now, I don't know if this is gonna work. It maybe doesn't. That's not how you wait. Oh, you put this down. No, not another one. That one. Okay, is this gonna work? And now it's a lot easier to replace this because I can just break this guy. Pick it up and do this. And do you do anything? Or did I just get trolled? No, unfortunately, it doesn't seem as it's gonna do anything. Worth a shot though. You can always just do this and get the catalyst back. Okay, now that's perfect. I replaced all of them. One for washing, one for smoking, one for blasting, and one for hunting. And we got this one back, so we're gonna probably toss it back into the system because we don't really need it at the moment. But we probably will need it later down the line. But yeah, we have the full setup right here. So yeah, it appears we still have to do this by hand. But it's fine. It's alright. If I could have automated, I would. Oh, and I can actually show you. I do have a little bit of a chicken setup. I can't quite jump into there, but they're giving me eggs, which I can then just pick up, cook downstairs, and actually turn them into some egg sandwiches. It's a really cool and easy way of actually getting some better food, because we can turn a lot of bread that we found, and wheat, for example, into, well, better food. Because yeah, this is really fast. Now I can just come over here to my dog and take a look at the bread. You got no bread? Oh, there's the bread. Got the bread here, and then the recipe is just like this. And we got some more egg sandwiches. Actually, you can take this, keep it. And here's another cool thing we have. We have create, slice, and dice. And it appears the slice is rotating in the wrong direction. What? What do you mean, wrong direction? Do you even have a proper direction? Guess we can just have the cogwheel here. And have you there. Ah, there we go. And now I make this new axe for you, which you're perfectly fine with. And oh, I guess it's some visual bug with the shaders, but it's doing what it's supposed to do. Sort of. It was supposed to give me tree bark as well. Well, I'm not really gonna complain about the free logs. Not really. I mean, it doesn't even seem to be a shader problem. It's just a slice and dice problem. It's just fine, I guess. Because if it works, it works. We can use it later for other things. And hey, got myself a horse because I definitely needed some faster travel. Oh, I guess it doesn't hurt to try. I mean, I wanted fortune, but I guess we can try this. Please. Oh my god, the perfect enchant! Oh my god, that's so good. I got an efficiency 4 book, which means I can make this efficiency 5. That's insane. I have to go mine now, because I need iron, and tons of it. So now I got my hands on more iron and a little bit of brass casings over here, but we need to do some setups over here because I want to get my hands on a rotation speed controller, but that requires a precision mechanism. So we need some deployers to try and make this setup. Am I gonna make it in the perfect spot? Probably not, but we can then move it later to a dedicated area. Just need to find out where. So I grabbed myself 5 gold sheets and pretty much 5 of each of these. So now it's time for us to actually set it up. Now I have placed this temporarily over here using our iron setup, which desperately needs an upgrade because it's so slow. But we're gonna work on it today. And I believe the recipe first is small cogwheel, large cogwheel, and then iron nugget. Exactly. So small cogwheel, large cogwheel, and iron nugget. And now I'm gonna put 5 of each, and now I'm pretty much just gonna wait till it does all of this. It's super slow, but yeah, there's not much I can do right now until I have the precision mechanisms. So mechanisms made, and I don't want to use all of them because they might be used for some other things, right? Oh, there's some interesting stuff here. That's all right. So we're gonna save them a little bit. But 2 I'll probably use. So I now placed some void upgrades, so whenever this guy gets full, the system continues running. I did the same over here, which is perfect. But now I think it's time for some much needed upgrades. You see, this area is good and all, but if this doesn't spin fast, then I don't really make any fast progress. So let's see what we can come up with. See, put the controller here. Boom. We can then here control how fast we want the system to go. And we can then take the output system there. So just like that, pretty easy. We can now probably use this guy here and use one of you to tell the power, well, go up. And now I just need to connect it over there. And there we go. A couple of gearboxes later, and the drill's back up and running. Everything is running like not even twice as fast, like 4 times as fast, I think. This was running at 64. Now it's 256. Drill, 256 as well. And then, where is that? Yeah, the fan 64. Now, we can speed everything up if you want to, but just by looking into here, I think we could go like 128. Okay, that's too much. 96? Okay, 96 is a good number. Where, yeah, this is a little bit faster. This is a little bit faster. Do we care? Well, not really, because this system is still a lot slower. So for now, it will do, but we can probably just... Actually, you can just put another fan here and let the water cross over there. Actually, hold on. Hey, look at that. Now I just had to use belts there to keep the same direction on the fans. I replaced the water with the new catalysts, and boom, we got double the speed. So hopefully a lot more iron. Hopefully. Now it's time for another upgrade to our tree farm. Now I have a water wheel underneath, so now we have a mechanical bearing over here. So now I'm gonna go like 3 blocks, and then we're gonna place you. Or actually, I think you can just sit perfectly here. Yes, I think this is a nice spot, because basically what we do next is we put a chute, we put an interface facing, well, outwards, like so. Then we get like a temporary block here, and then we do another one there, and boom. Now we have the range for our tree farm. We got to go all the way up there. So now we got a couple of deployers here, which I kind of don't want to put there. So I'm going to grab some building blocks, because we need some saws on the floor, and then we need some deployers. We also need like a barrel or something for this thing to have some sort of storage. And then we'll probably have this set up. Okay, so this is fully set up now with the saws underneath, the deployers with the oak saplings, the interface connected there, and our little chest. Now all we gotta do is glue this bad boy together from there to there, there to there, from there to there, and from there to there. Now everything is glued up properly, and I think I should actually remove that one. Like these ones in the middle, you should remove them, to be honest. So now all that is to do is just do this. And it didn't. Oh, come on, man. So I gotta wait. I gotta wait because for some reason I didn't connect like this. Okay, now. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. Yeah, that's nice. Fully planted. It has, well, only a sapling to place here. And we kind of need now a void upgrade and maybe some more upgrades. We can do more upgrades, right? Can we move these? I don't even know. There's so many settings with these things. I think we can upgrade its tier, though. Like, currently, it's like a regular barrel. But I think we can actually give it like some upgrades. Yeah, we can. Like a basic to iron, for example. That's cheap, right? So upgrade. So look here. Let's give it a basic upgrade. Okay, we're missing the torch. I can ask for the for the things to make the torch. And we have the iron with us, so that's not really a big deal. So, it's a basic to iron. Do you work? Yes, you do. Oh, that's perfect. Our first tree just came through. Amazing. And this is perfect because we have saplings, we have logs, we have the sticks, and we should get apples as well. Oh, and guys, if at any point you hear the fan in the background while I'm speaking or something, bear in mind that it's currently 11 p.m. or nearly 11 p.m. and it's 30 degrees outside. So my house is very, very hot. And I have the fan on. Like, it's not fully maxed out to see if the mic doesn't catch it. But just keep that in mind. Because, yeah, it's very, very hot. But hey, now that we got a bunch of resources going, let's actually do some create stuff. Hey, now we actually have a little bit of a drill that's very, very helpful. But I actually thought, well, this is too slow. So I added on this bad boy, and now, well, it's a lot faster, I would say. So hey, take a look at my new elevator, and this is basically where I'm gonna set up my mine, where I can just go down, make some contraptions to help me get a lot of resources. And I only need to, well, actually go down and place another redstone contact in the area where I think I want to have the farms or stuff mining. But yeah, this is pretty much going to be the elevator. I now I'm going to just try and find a good spot to place the next redstone contact, and I'll probably come back to you. Okay, I placed the few. Let's see if it works. Yes, -1 and -2. Let's go to -1, which is, well, here. Oh, the lighting is a little bit off. This is basically a cave. So I'm kind of gonna make like an area over here, like protecting me from actually like falling down. But then I have a cave here, which pretty much lets me to explore, and maybe I can find some good stuff here. Oh, are there 2 spiders here? I don't know. But the next stop is way down below. Way down below. But it has nothing around it. It's literally just this area over here, where actually you're going to set up a drill later, and hopefully just make a room here where I can access storage and stuff like that. Pretty much a start of my actual mine, you know. But now I kind of need to decorate this thing at the top, because I don't want it to stay like this. There we go. That looks a lot better. And man, I really like these copycat bites. They're really cool. Just add some extra details to your build, you know. You can create some amazing shapes, you know, that you, well, you couldn't with regular Minecraft. But with that, guys, and with my mining, well, session being all set up for me to just go down to the mines, and yes, I do yearn for the mines, well, that's all the time I'm gonna have for today. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like, subscribe if you haven't, and as always, see you in the next one. Bye. So we automated wood, we automated iron, we automated stone, we have a working elevator down to the mines. Man, I even got some new boots. So that means it's actually time to start planning out our move out of the starter house and into a bigger building. So I think this little island can do the trick. You see, we're quite a little bit far from our main house, like it's all the way up here and we're all the way down here, but I kind of like the idea of having our own little island for the main base and then have a bunch of trains and stuff like that, like coming in and out of this island. I think it looks cool. I also want to probably do something in this shoreline as well, because we might want to have some things in the ocean as well. So I'm starting to lay out a vision, you know, and I kind of need to start planning what I want to do. Is this a cave? Okay, it's not really a cave. You guys probably can't see. Hold on. Yeah, it's just, well, water. So I'm actually going to use free cam over here and show you the area. Now this is going to be the start of the factory right here, and I don't know if you guys actually can see that, but there's actually 2 different bricks here in the wall,
This might just give some texture. That's the same it did in the bottom with the stone. But I want to get more and more resources so I can actually do the texturing a little bit better. And the main goal is to have like a little bit of a control room over here. And then we have some stairs going down where we have some machines working over here. We also need to figure out what we're going to be using for power, because I'm not sure I'm going to go straight up for boilers at the moment. But we'll have to figure out what to do. But I want to do some resource generation over here, and those are actually meant to be like for stuff like granite and all those things, because as you can see, we could use granite, or we can make granite with flint, red sand, and lava. And there's actually a little bit more recipes like this. For example, we can do deep slate, cobblestone, and lava. We can do azurine, which is a really cool block that will probably be automating later, because this thing with crushed gives us zinc, which is insane. And we can also do, well, plenty of other recipes, but for example, like tough, also a really good one. We could just use cobblestone and water to get our hands on tough. So a lot of these resources that I think I will be using for building, I'll probably try and get a way of automating them all right here. This will be like our main workshop to get some building resources going, and we can stockpile on a bunch of stones and stuff like that, so we can actually build and decorate a lot of stuff. So that means there's actually a lot we need to grind here, because there's a lot of machinery going down. Now, I was making a list of all the things I wanted to do in the new area, and I got them all up here, but there's probably going to be actually something more. Now, I want to automate andesite, which is going to require flint, gravel, and lava. I want to automate diorite, which is going to require flint, calcite, and lava. I want to automate granite, which is going to require flint, red sand, and lava. So lava is definitely one of the things we're going to be needing. Now, gravel on its own, pretty easy. Cobblestone, crush it. Gravel, easy. Sand is the same, just using gravel, and we get sand, and then we get flint, and we get clay. Now, this is a very important part of the process, because we're going to be using flint on this recipe, and on this one, and on this one. So we kind of need a good amount of flint. So we might even have a secondary area where we're kind of making the iron there. Like, we move our iron setup that we have over here, but we move it next to that setup, because this actually produces a lot of flint that's just useless. We don't really need that flint there. So we can use it to make some of these resources there. Now, the next problems here, well, gravel is not really a problem, so andesite should be easy. But diorite requires calcite. So to make calcite, you kind of need gravel and bone meal. Or we can use gravel, calcium-rich powder, and lava. Now, calcium-rich powder comes from limestone. And limestone comes, well, with the help of our new and acquired bees, it comes from a little bit of honey. You see, if you mix honey with lava, you get limestone, which is amazing. That's literally what we need. And the good thing about it, take a look at the limestone, you can actually use it to also automate, because we can crush it, and it's actually showing saltpeter and calcium-rich powder. Ooh, I gotta take a look at what's actually going to happen here. I might need to mess with some of these features, because I don't really know what's actually going to come out of the limestone. So we have to see. I really want it to be calcium-rich powder. It might be saltpeter. I don't want saltpeter, so I'm actually going to try it. Let's see what happens. Yep, we can see we got ourselves some limestone. So I just want a safe spot to mine it. Well, I guess we can actually sit here, look there, and mine it. We're gonna mine a few just to see what's gonna happen with the recipe. Oh, and if you want to know how I actually got the bee nests here, you can use the carry-on mod on it. It's amazing. It's very helpful. And then I have some campfires underneath it, which I hide it with these copycats stacked half layers, which is pretty nice. And then I got my hands on a couple of glass bottles. I put them into a drain. I used the mechanical pump to put the honey in the world, and then I picked up just used the bucket and picked it up because it's actually in the world already.
So this is a moment of truth. Hopper, I never relied on you more than now. And you give us saltpeter. Ow. That's disappointing. I really hoped it would not give us saltpeter. So I gotta take a look at what I can do here. So actually, knowing that actually just reminds me there's another recipe that there's multiple outputs. So we may want to take a look at that as well to see what's actually going to happen with that recipe. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen here. Oh, that's literally the wrong side of what I'm thinking about. Okay. Okay, that's all right. That's what we needed to do. Okay, this is the proper recipe, so we don't need to fix this one. Yes, this is the one we want. Okay, the recipe is now fixed. This one doesn't need fixed because this is exactly the output that we want. And now we have this recipe working. Now, basically, I had to do some magic and coding and actually ask some help from some tests to tell me what I actually needed to do. But I went around and deleted the other recipe here. I basically changed it so it kind of works with white concrete. I mean, it's all right. Like, it's okay, but I would never even use this recipe with white concrete since this actually comes from netherrack, for example. So I don't even know why they added it to limestone. It doesn't even make that much sense. But this one, as we can see, we can now get it from the millstone perfectly fine. Oh yeah, where were we? Well, we were actually talking about all the things that we wanted to do. Now, this fixes the calcite problem because we can use this recipe now perfectly fine with the things. Little external help. The pack should be updated, by the way. I should update the pack. And then we would need granite. Also takes lava, takes red sand and the flint. Now the red sand, we can get it from either red sandstone. Oh, this actually gives nautilus shells. That's actually pretty cool. But we're mainly going to get it from terracotta, not granite, because we actually, to make granite, we need red sand. So this is a little bit of a... Well, why is this even a recipe? I don't know. What we want here is terracotta. Because terracotta, we can get it from clay, and clay, we can get it from clay balls, and clay balls, we can get it from washing sand. So it's perfect. We can actually get it from washing rock copper. That's interesting. And we can get it from millstone from dripstone block, for example. And we can get it from crushing gravel. So we're gonna have a system where we're gonna have a cobblestone generator powering and giving us gravel. Then afterwards, we would have to get some sand, wash it, and use it to make us clay. Take a look at the washing recipe. Yes, this one. And then all the clay will actually go into being put into a block, then smelted, then millstone, so we'd have the red sand, so then we can actually do this recipe. So as you can see, this is already going to be a multi-stage process over here. So let's start building. I mean, after we sleep the night, because who works at night? Like, come on, we need to sleep. Oh yeah, and I truly hope that these 8 water wheels are enough, because we might need a little bit extra power. Oh, and just a quick question before I start. I'm thinking about putting a door here, and as you can see, we can use the copycats to make it invisible. But should I make it visible? It's mainly just have a ladder so I can quickly get down here to like check power and stuff like that. So should it be invisible or should it actually be visible? Let me know down below. Okay, just one more thing before you start. I really need a nice jetpack. And I'm actually gonna go for this one because it's, well, just a bunch of stuff that I already have except the steam engine, but it's really easy, just a brass sheet with some steps. And that's why I have this. I can just put this guy here and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we put these guys down. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we do the same exact thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. A steam engine. That's pretty easy. So it's actually a pretty simple recipe that we can do right here very easily. A little bit slow because I have to slow down the water wheel's consumption earlier. And boom, we got our hands on a brass jetpack. Now we do need to fill it up with stuff. I have a bucket. I have a bucket. Because we need to fill it with, I believe, I believe it actually says here, no? We have some controls. Probably have to toggle some things off that I needed. Charge this with tanks or with coal, wood, or a water bucket. So basically, I believe we can just grab a water bucket here, put it on. We put it in our offhand, and then we click on the Q letter to toss the bucket out, and this actually fills up the jetpack. Oh, I guess it's full. Well, a single log does 2 fuel. An entire stack does 128, so I guess we need a bunch of wood stacks here. Okay, still have like a few more. A little bit. Okay, there we go. Completely filled. Oh, why are you going up? I don't know, it just jumped away, but yeah, we got a jetpack. Woo! Yeah, and there's also these tanks that we're gonna be doing later, which actually allow us to have extra charges for the jetpack. So later we'll have to automate something to recharge those whenever we actually need, and we may also have to craft them, of course. Okay. Enough talking. Well, I have been building, but I'm getting low on some resources like andesite and stuff like that. So I'm going to see if I can find a good area with andesite in these walls, or maybe I'll probably have to go a little bit up, because I made myself a little bit of a tunnel bore, as you guys can probably guess from this. And oh, I see, perfect. There's a little bit of andesite in these walls, so I guess we can just dig a little bit of space. And well, there we go. I guess I can push it and let it actually go through. It should be fully functional. It might need some coal, to be fair. No, it has stuff. I guess I didn't properly clean the items. Yeah, oh, it has coal. That's perfect. And the rails should be somewhere as well. It says it has 27 rails. I don't really know where. But basically, this is what I've been using to get my resources going down here in the mines. And I just go along. I use torches, and then I just use my Fortune 3 pickaxe, then clear out some want. What I don't want, I just leave it here. Because if I don't need it, it can just sit in here. But I want that iron. Then when I think this is good, I just come over here and I right click it. Then I can pick up the rails and boom, all done. And so the first part is already set up and working. And I probably have to pause it later, but for now it works. Now basically what we have here, we have our cobblestone generator with 3 drills. Of course, this could be speed up, so don't worry. We're still just undercutting our power because of our limited water wheels. We may need to add more. But then the cobblestone gets sent into the door, which, well, it's not really getting sent here unless unless it backs up, which at the moment it's backing up only inside of guys. Now this guy is backing up with gravel because this gravel has nowhere to go at the moment. These two are actually working out. This one sends the items forward to the crushing wheels, and then it turns them into sand and sometimes clay and sometimes flint. The flint gets picked up there. The clay waits if there's some sand to be washed over there, and then the clay gets put into this. Then from here, the clay comes out, goes into this basin, which then gets pressed down into a full block, which then gets cooked, like me. Whoops, let me just watch real quick. And then it turns into, well, an actual block of terracotta, which then will turn into red sand, which then will turn into granite. And then there's the last one over here, which is immediately gonna go down to the lower level, where we're gonna be using it to make andesite because of this recipe, which takes gravel directly. Now, I do believe this one doesn't take gravel, but this one also takes gravel, as you can see, and diorite takes the red sand, which is perfect. And then we have andesite, diorite, and granite, all of them automated. Now I'm still missing the calcite automation because we still need to put in the limestone to make the calcium rich powder. That's pretty much where we're at the moment. I was trying to see if I could still fit it up here. Maybe this corner is still a good spot to place it, and then we're gonna have to send it down. Then we're probably gonna be using some belts like close to here, to this area. Try and manage the input so we have this all pretty down here. This is basically what I've been doing in Satisfactory, like having an area dedicated to like belt management and stuff, and then having the machines like properly set up. Oh, and we can also use this lever to toggle everything off. Like for example, right now when we're still building and still trying to make things happen the way we want them to, we can just stop everything so we don't have items just flying off belts and stuff like that. And so everyone, it is now done. Yes, it's fully done. Now giving me granite, diorite, and andesite. Now, that being said, there's still a little bit of a backlog, but first, let's actually go through what is happening. I explained what was happening above. All of this is the same. I only added the limestone going there. Then I sent the items down and processes from there, like the gravel goes on here, and the terracotta there, and the limestone goes there. And then I added those so I can have, and the excess of iron will also be saving up because it's always good, and it's gonna stay right here. Let's go from this side. Oh, and we also have this as a lava generation. We kind of need more lava generation because this is not enough, but it's gonna work slowly. And then it's just gonna send everything through here all the way down there into all of this mess. Let's actually follow, for example, the limestone. Limestone first gets milled into calcium rich powder and suspicious rock. Then it will get sent there. We have a drawer here, or a barrel here, taking out the suspicious rock. You can do something with it later. For now, it's just gonna sit there. And then it will go into a basin, which we'll put together with gravel and lava. It will make calcite. The gravel comes from there, and the gravel gets split into here, into this basin, which is gonna make andesite. And of course, it gets sent into this hopper, which then puts the items here. Yeah, it's just saw now that we got some lava flowing in, it just starts producing stuff. This is great. And then the calcite goes and sits here. Wait, no, that's another one. Sorry, that's another one. It's so confusing. Yeah, the calcite goes and sits here. And of course, this one also does not have lava as of yet, which is the main problem that we're facing. It's lava. And then as soon as it has lava, it will then make diorite, and the diorite goes forward. This, on the other hand, is the one that takes the terracotta. So the terracotta comes from in here, it goes into a millstone. From the millstone, it will get just the red sand. The red sand goes into the basin, flint, and lava. Put together gives us the granite. And of course, the other one that we're getting is the andesite, which is just gravel, flint, and lava. That makes these three. So now we're pretty much only missing lava, you know. I kind of need to improve this a bit. We could do a pump to the Nether as well. We'll probably solve this a lot faster. I was initially thinking of piping it from the top. That's why this is here. It actually doesn't need to be here anymore. Check this out. And we're just pulling it over here. There's also a pump that's powering there, pulling to there. Like, I thought this would actually fill up over time, but I guess I just don't have enough generation, which is fine. Oh, and yes, of course, the flint. We also have this for the flint setup. Basically, we're putting together the two flint outputs that we have by meaning that one over there, and if I don't get stuck in my own contraptions, and this one over here, as you can see. Then it outputs the flint into the belts, and then the flint is going to split evenly between these three belts, which I have filtered onto here. And then the iron nuggets that will come from here and will go down there. And this is how I'm splitting the flint evenly between all of them. And actually, there's a cool trick I used where when I'm nearing the basin, since this is cannot be on top of it because we need that mechanical press, then I just have a hopper there. It's feeding directly into there. And I know this is a lot of a mess. It would look prettier if I had like an extra gap between each block. But well, what are you gonna do? It's done, it's working, it's fine. And so everyone, I actually went and gathered some resources to try and give a little bit of a mock-up to what the building's gonna be like, but of course I quickly ran out of stuff to build, which is not fun. But well, this is why we're pretty much making farms or factories like this one, because we need a bunch of those resources. Even though this is a little bit slow because of the lava right now, we can always improve it later, so it's not that much of a big deal. But yeah, tell me what you feel about this style. This is mainly gonna be like the entrance of the building. Then we're gonna have a small hallway here, which is gonna have like a lower floor like this one. But then we're gonna have like a different type of roof on top of the factory itself, with some chimneys and stuff like that to give it a little bit of a different look. And we're probably gonna have like some trains going around the island as well, because we're probably gonna be using a lava train, because yeah, we need more lava there. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't, and as always, see ya in the next one. Bye. Welcome everybody to another Create video. And today we're starting off in our new and revamped mineshaft, because I want to do some upgrades around here. Mainly getting the ability to just place down our little drill over here and have the items automatically export and actually being sorted into these chests. Yes, so I'm kind of in the process of figuring out how I'm going to do that. I'm going to probably have to make a lot of logistics behind these walls. And I intend on storing pretty much all the stones and all the irons and all those things over here. So there's a lot to do today. But to help me with this task, and I actually should have made this sooner, I'm actually going to grab this portable drill, which works kind of like the jetpack, which you can just give it water, and I think it needs specifically coal. We got a lot of coal, and it's actually going to help us dig and not break our pickaxe, which we kind of need to get mending. I got this villager, I gave it mending, but it's super expensive, so maybe I'll get another one. So let's actually see how good this is, and we can actually make this drill better, because it can actually be upgraded to mine in a 3x3 area. The only issue with that is that we need a book, an enchanting book, which is called digging, and the villager did reroll that. I thought about it, but then I thought, well, I kind of need mending more, because my pickaxe is a little bit more versatile and used in other places. So yeah, I kind of need to get that digging book as well. Hey, you know what? I actually decided to go and grab myself a villager, and I actually got two. I got one with efficiency 5 at 34, so it's pretty good. But I got the digging one, and it didn't actually take that long. So I just got myself some emeralds. I just need a book, and then we're gonna enchant our drill to make it a 3x3. But yeah, this is a big change. Look at that. That's so much easier for us. Oh, I digged, then I digged, then I digged, then I think I have this all ready to go. Now basically I'm gonna have this item vault as a sort of a buffer, so all of the items can be, well, put into here if something goes wrong. I do also have like this brass tunnel, which is actually separating andesite and tuff into this section, and then at the end here we have a chute to avoid any items that don't fit into there. There might be a little bit of an issue where the hoppers are not fast enough, because I do have hoppers in here, as you can see, and the hoppers are meant to put the items into the chests so that I actually don't see anything from behind. Now, that can be a little bit of an issue because a hopper is a very slow speed and it has only 5 stacks. So after 5 stacks of items in here, all the other items, it will most likely keep going forward, which is bad. Because it means that they will just go around, not go anywhere. Well, actually, they can fit into some chests that I do not have anything sorted at the moment. Like, for example, these chests, they don't have any filters on, so they will take anything that I haven't filtered. But then at the end, they have lava. So I guess I do have, like, what, six areas? So that's a lot of chests where overflow can go, and then I can sort it by myself. Now, to fully test this out, I believe everything should work. I only need to power that thing. Did I not put the lever here? Oh, there it is. And this becomes a contraption, which doesn't actually do anything because I believe I have not yet glued that guy onto the contraption. There we go. And now it should connect. Yes, the items are flowing in. And yeah, there we go. And now we should see what I was mentioning. Yeah, you can see this is gonna fill up, and then the deep slate is just gonna keep going through. Or we can also just ignore it and use it as is. As you can see, we're getting in all the items, and then as we said, we should be getting random items being sent into here, and random items being sent into here. Now, I do probably want to have a filter so it doesn't actually pull out the rails, because I don't want it to pull out the rails. So we might need to take a look at that. We'll see. I need tons and tons of iron. I got a little bit of iron from just going into the mountains and mining, but probably gonna need more because I need a ton of item vaults. It is now done and upgraded. Now, basically, I actually got my cardboard armor here because it's gonna help me squeezing through the belts. And yes, I had to do this. I put an item vault, which is actually going to be the one that taking the items out of the belts, of the main belt. We do also have the same thing going on here, and then we can actually put these logs back over here because now they are needed. And basically, from out of the item vaults, I'm just using a single funnel because that's really all that needs to come out of there. And basically, we also have these ones being brass because they're sharing the same belt. So we don't have an issue there because it's only coming out one item at a time, so it should be fine. And over here, all of them are actually using the same thing, which is, well, just the single vault with belt andesite funnels here into the hoppers. And that should be all. Now I only need to pick up my item card and get some rails. I think I need some more rails. I don't know what happened to the rails. I have to search here on the chests probably. There's probably more, yeah, it's like stuff like here in the bottom. So yeah, kinda need to not figure out, but just sort these ones back over. Actually, you know what I can do? I can just place the cart down again, go over here, and toss all of these into them. Why are you not connecting? Oh, okay, so that one has a little bit of an issue. I need to probably figure out how to fix that, because I had to replace this one for it to work. But now, yes, exactly. This is what should happen. All the items are going to the vaults. They sit in there while they are then, well, put into the hoppers. The hoppers should actually handle it fine. Yeah, which is amazing. So it should all be going to the bottom hopper. So it's perfect, I think, until I figure out the reason why it's broken. And so it's time to let this guy do its thing and get some more resources. And for the final tests, to do this, we can toss all of these things that we picked up from the side of the mine. And of course, it doesn't link there, but I found out that if we do this and this, it connects and it works. So that's perfect. Just now need to make sure that all works as intended. So yeah, having this over here is definitely helping out, sorting out a ton of items, and I'm actually finishing up putting some more details around, because I'm actually sorting out now lapis and diamonds and redstone, because I wasn't, and I thought, well, I actually should, to be fair. I actually should sort these out, and the others are just gonna go wherever they land, but I'm actually gonna do a final separation on this one. This one is currently the last one, but I'm just gonna leave this one for the last stuff. And I want to do this one with a little bit of a filter for the other ores, lead, nickel, and lithium, though I do not have any lithium yet. So I kind of need to get another piece of lithium to just finish this off. Because basically we're gonna do that, and we're gonna put it over here, and boom. Now it works. Like, for example, if we just toss nickel. Yep. There it goes. Perfect. Oh yeah, I literally just remembered I can grab stuff from the MEI and just put it over here. So, problem solved. But now, I kind of need to get my hands on some other stuff. Okay, this is crazy. I'm in the fortress right now, but this fortress leads directly into a trial chamber. Oh, that's cool. Now, I do not want to do this right now, but that's cool. And so it's time for us to go and deal with the Ender Dragon. It should be really easy, because we have a jetpack, we have some arrows, we have blocks to build, stuff to break the thingies. You know, it's not really an hard fight. So yeah, I think I'll just handle this guy. Shouldn't take that long. And like, for example, the jetpack doesn't go all the way up. Do this, and now it goes all the way up. And we stand back and shoot. So it's not really gonna be a hard fight. And oh, well, oh, okay. It's time to find an elytra, but we nearly have one there. But no, now need to go and find an elytra while gathering some of these chorus plants. Oh wow, I just found like the perfect helmet pairing: protection for aqua affinity and breaking, mending, and aqua affinity. Like, I can just put the mending from this one and this one, and that's a perfect helmet. That's crazy good. Crazy good. But besides that, still no ship. Finally, we find ourselves a boat. It only took like 20 minutes. Now we only need to deal with this dude. Can you TP away, please? Maybe. Okay, that works. And we got ourselves an elytra, more diamonds. The hell is these leggings? Like, now, look at this combo. Now we can just use the elytra, which is great. And then whenever we want to get some airtime, we can just swap to our jetpack. And then use the elytra some more. But this is what was missing. We can now put the elytra on our back. And we also have the jetpack, which means we can fly with both, which is amazing. It really helps in world travel, especially because we have, well, a house here and a little bit of a factory all the way over here. So it's really gonna help go between one place to another. Now, it's mostly just meant for travel. Isn't that great combo while building, because you kind of glide, and it's not great. So for that, there's another jetpack. This one, the builder's jetpack, but this one is a lot more expensive. We do need another elytra, but with this one, the next one should be easy to get. But this one is much better help to build stuff. And this building is gonna get a revamp soon. Yeah, but you know, we also should start thinking about upgrading our little house, because it's functional, but this is our power. And it cannot have any more machines because it's already overstressed. Plus, our storage situation is getting a little bit out of hand. You see, this guy can only hold a certain amount of items because single items occupy a lot of space in the vaults. So we kind of need to have a bigger storage as well. And over here on this side, we're also using pretty much all of our stress. We can give it a little bit of an upgrade, but we're pretty much using it all. There we go, we have one SU remaining. And I also made myself a little bit of a chunk loader, you know, because since we're not here by a long time, I wanted the lava to keep pouring down. So we'd have lava on all of these guys back here. So if we turn on the chunk borders, you can see we have this guy loading in this chunk, which loads the lava area. And some of the machines, not all of them, but some of them, it unfortunately does not load the drills over here. But I think that's actually alright, because these guys are completely filled up, so I think it's just a matter of the process being slow and all. But there's something else I want to add over here. I want to actually use this excess of iron nuggets into making some train tracks. You see, we're going to be needing these, and we can use them with iron nuggets and a little bit of a press down on, well, any slab, to be real. So we're going to be making a small, like, area over here. We're just going to be making a little bit of a cobblestone, and then we're just going to push down and press down and make some train tracks. So while we're building and decorating stuff, this will make our train tracks for now. But yeah, and I made a little bit of a sorting system for myself, you know, having these guys hold my items, which is actually pretty good, because we can have a lot more than just in our inventory sitting, for example. I can just put our vaults here, and then we have the casings. Why is that casing there? I don't know. And then we have our water wheels. Like, for example, I'm going to be using like 4 water wheels right now. We're going to need a single, probably a single drill is enough. And we're going to be needing a press. We can just craft it, which we don't have things to craft a press here. We don't have iron. Oh boy. Hey, there we go. A little corner making train tracks. It's simple, kind of compact, and luckily for me, the new and improved version of this doesn't actually break cobble. It just puts cobble, if it can, down below. So whenever the belt is actually full, it's actually not sending cobblestone like to the floor or anything. So it's perfect. Then it gets cooked. I have a tunnel here, which has a stone there. So until it cooks, it doesn't actually move forward. Then we have a saw, which is selected to do a slab. And then, of course, we have the iron nuggets over here. And they get pressed down, pushed, and boom, train tracks. And so I've now revamped this area, and as you guys can see, I did, well, quite a lot of work around here. But I really think it looks good, you know? I think it looks decent. There's a couple areas that I could improve, but I think it looks nice, you know? And I don't really want to use more resources here, because it already took a lot of it. Now, the inside is, well, pretty bare bones, to be honest. This is all the same. This is all still working perfectly fine, and as of course we're missing the iron nuggets, but it's fine. It's fine. We already have 300 of train tracks, and I did put a little bit of a ladder here, just so I can have a secret entrance to, well, nothing basically. And I really like my chimneys. You know, I really like them. So now it's actually time for me to actually think about storage, and storage also means I want to make myself a big base, but We need a lot of space. I think this will do. And I had the genius idea of making this as my base design. What do you guys think? Isn't it beauty? Well, it's not the actual base. It's just the shape. I'm gonna copy the shape. You know, I'm not. Yeah. Maybe I can make it spin. You know, that would be really cool if I can make like an outer ring that could spin. Oh, I'm getting some ideas. I'm getting some ideas. But of course, this is a very small thing. You know, I need to make this very, very large. But it's actually. Oh, actually, take a look at this. It's actually perfect. It is divided into 3 areas already. So I guess I can actually use this to show you what I'm thinking about. Now, the first floor of the base will be a storage area where I have a bunch of storage, a bunch of storage, and where I have some logistics like things going out, things going in, because this will be connected to multiple buildings around it. It will be fun if I actually copied other create items to make the houses and whatnot, but I have to see if I can find some that look cool and interesting to actually make out of shape. This one looks amazing. The bottom will be storage. The middle one could be like a workshop or something like that. I'll still need to figure it out a little bit more because I was kind of hoping that the top floor would be the workshop, which means the middle one would be processing, like some sort of processing. Oh, but the power as well, I kind of want to make it underneath it. Like have a, what you call a basement? A pretty massive basement at that. Because it will have to be like the size of this thing that will handle the power, like with a bunch of boilers and all those things. But yeah, I think this will look pretty cool. First step, cleaning everything up with the, well, that. That's completely done. Well, I'm not even sure I'm gonna use all this space for the base. I might just take these back. You know, I'm probably gonna need a bunch of these. So I need iron. So I cannot waste anything. So we at least now have a floor, but that's still nowhere close to a base. And also, I don't think I'm gonna end with this because I do need like a road at the sides. I believe this is actually going to be the full size of the main building base. Of course, it's going to go up and it's going to go down, but for the size itself, I think this works. Oh, and I also have this massive ravine over here that actually has a mine shaft right at the bottom. Boy, oh boy, I've been grinding. Yes, I've been getting tons and tons of items so we can actually start doing something on the other side. And I do love passing by my factory. So, first things first, we don't really have power over here. I do have a vault. Yes, I already started placing this vault, and as you can see, I also laid down some tracks because I think I want to have trains going by, like through the middle. One depositing and the other taking things away, or both of them taking items. You know, it depends on what I want to do with this. But the general idea will be that I have a platform that goes above and then makes me able to cross from one side to the other without having to go to the middle of the rails. And then I have like a bunch of stuff there and a bunch of stuff there because I do need a lot of storage. And is that a music? Wait. Oh my, I don't know if you guys can see, but there's like a a skeleton with a backpack, and I mean, is this what happens when someone turns the GBL up to the maximum? I guess that's it. Well, I guess we'll just have to deal with it. But like I said, we have no power, so I kind of came up with a temporary solution. So I actually saw this on the Just Create SMP, and I thought, well, that looks insane and very, very powerful. Well, that's not it. Ah, there we go. Basically, you can put a windmill here, and it will automatically power this chain conveyor belt and take all its power, well, to another chain conveyor, and another chain conveyor, another chain conveyor, and eventually, it'll put all your stress units in a single chain, and that's really, really cool. So now I'm gonna try and build something pretty, which, well, I took some ideas, but it's gonna be hard for me to make something pretty. So I believe they had something like this, and that looks nice, and it's a little bit glitched. Is it? Is it? Okay, yeah, it is the because of the shaders. It's fine. I only care about the power, and it's making 5,000. It's okay. We can now just make a blueprint out of this, and then, well, have a little bit more of them, and maybe we can put it on the mountains and stuff like that. But for now, this will help. There we go, I saved it as a blueprint, and then I connect it over here. Now, basically, you have another chain conveyor that's just sitting here, taking in the power. Then we have an against chain drive flipping into a cogwheel, and then the cogwheel is turned this into the maximum, then into another chain drive, which is basically just powering this on and again, and well, sending everything through. Now, I have a question you guys might be able to answer. This says it's currently consuming 256. Does this take 256 per conveyor? Like per block of these? Like each block of this? I gotta test that out. Yes, it appears to be so. So the much more wheels of those that we have set up, the more power we're gonna be needing to keep them up. For example, we're already using 25%. That being said, we only have a single one of these windmills, and I guess we can put like a couple of them here. Yeah, we can put a few of them here. I mean, I'm just lacking on the wall side. It took me a while to get all of that. So at this point, I'm trying to get all this mess out of inventory to actually do something over here. Basically, I want this guy to be the controller of my main storage, and I think I have him correctly hooked up all the way over there. But I have this guy over here, which is actually meant to send items into the storage. Now, I want to test this out. If I do this, okay, you send it, and oh my god, he picked it up. Oh my god, this is actually working. And what happens if I request it? There's... Oh, wait, you picked it up. No, you only send. Oh, okay, so he only sends items. Then he sends them back. Now I need someone that would pick it up the things after. So for example, you. And does that work now? Please tell me you do. Here he comes. Oh, that's great. He picked it up. And we got our sticks. And that's great. Now, I think I can actually make a lot of these vaults here down below. But what would happen if I had another frog that has no name? Right? Like, what would happen then? I guess I can actually put a stock, another sign here. It says... What? What does it say? I don't know. How am I gonna link this guy only to this system? Oh, oh yeah. Wait, no. Oh my god, I'm so confused right now. Yeah, this is my fear. Like, if I have the dude randomly in the world, like, he will pick it up. He will pick up the package, and it's not actually gonna come out here. Like, if I just do this, I send. That guy picked it up. I just realized I'm derping because I actually have to do it here. Yes, receiver. Exactly. So anytime I ask something, it will go into the receiver. I actually need to rename this the receiver. So now, even if I have another one here that just, well, does stuff, and I don't really use it for anything, I can send this on back. It will go. Now, if I ask it back again, it will go to the receiver. So this guy should not pick it up. Okay, I'm learning, or I guess relearning. I knew this once upon a time. Now, that being said, I kind of want to realize some things around here. Now, first things first, I have this thing, which is going to be a very, very handy thing to come, because it can hold a lot of items, but I want to have more, and I also, if I would love to have them like item sorted or category sorted. So I think that's something we do in the stock ticker, right? The new category, and then place the list and attribute. Like, can we place this? No. Place a list or attribute filter of specified items included. Okay, so you mean like the clipboard? Like, Or an attribute filter. Okay, oh, hold on. So I have this where I put the group building blocks on it, and I want to see if this works. And I put this in here. New category. I call it building blocks. Oh. Oh, it has. What does that do though? Does that do anything? Can I send this in there to see something? Oh, okay. So it actually shows as a building block. Now, for example, if I'd send in... What is not a building block? Oh, that... Oh. Okay, this is technically not a building block. So you go there. Ah, then it just shows as unsorted, huh? Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, that's all right. So we can have like building blocks separated, and then we can have stuff like redstone, possibly. Actually, I want to test things out now. Hey, would you look at that? Now we have create and building blocks, and why is this one not considered create? And this one? What's the difference here? Why are they different than the other items? They're not. Let's see. So basically... Oh, I guess I should select this one instead. Was added by create. Yeah, I think this one would sort it out. We'll put it back over there. Create. We'll put create on top. And we're gonna send this one back. And it should... Yes, now it is part of the create pack. So all of this, I'm just gonna send in there. And hopefully, actually we're gonna put all of this in the bag. Yes! Wait, why does it say unsorted now? Okay, now it's fixed again. For some reason the filter cleared. We still have some unsorted, which I guess I can try and figure out. Like I want to put like wood stuff into one barrel. I guess we could put them into one different barrel, but I guess just having them sorted like this, it's gonna be handy, right? I ask for the barrels, see what they're all about. And yeah, we're just gonna need more and more filters, to be fair. Like, because we only have these two at the moment. Okay, and then actually, like, a barrel apparently counts as a redstone block and a functional block. And it does not show twice, but it shows on the redstone, because the redstone is a category that's on all the way on the top. So basically, if I go to the stock ticker and I put the functional blocks first, it then shows it as a functional block. That's so cool. So now, I may be ready to bring a lot of stuff over here. But honestly, that's gonna have to wait because I'm all out of iron. Yeah, that's all the building and all the things, and that vault over there took all my iron. Which means it's all the time we're gonna have for today, and it was a heck of a day. And hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe, and see you next one. Bye. On the last episode, we started work in the main area. We finished our granite, diorite, and andesite factory. And we worked on a sorting system for our mining. And that means it's time to actually move out of this starting area and into the new one. Now in the new area there is a lot of work to be done. A lot of work. For starters, we need to finish up with our item vaults for main storage. Like, I moved all my items and this one's already getting stuff. And this one completely filled up with random junk. Of course it did. I did increase the amount of windmills we have over here, and that now gives us 25,000. I see we're already using a little bit to power these guys. But now that we have this system up and running, we can use this to deposit any of our items, and then if we need anything, we can just ask this guy, which has already some categories set up. But you can take a look at what we have right now. But this is not nearly what we're gonna need. We're gonna need so many stuff. Why did it have to start raining? Why? I'm trying to record over here, boy. Come on. Oh, and don't forget, our base should look like a millstone. Not necessarily with these colors, but this is probably the shape I'm gonna go with. Maybe we can actually make it spin like this as well. Like, that would be super funny. But for now, we could either start augmenting or putting some walls on the base, which I gathered a bunch of different items over here to build with, or we can go mining. But yeah, we could go mining because I don't have iron, or I have very, very low amounts of iron because I'm poor, or I wasted it all on volts, and I need like 4 more of those just for storage. Oh boy. Man, I wish there was an easier way to get iron. Wait a second. How can I forget? We have an iron farm, right? Oh. Oh. Yeah, this thing is very, very slow. Its main purpose right now is trying to keep up with the process of giving me some nuggets to make some andesite alloys, and also tough, because I just have a pump here next to this, putting in some water and a press, and boom, we get more tough. It's kind of nice. It's an easy way for us to get tough, and actually I'm actually going to take this with me. But this whole setup is going to go. And in order to not make a mess with this one, we have a packing tape, which allows us to pack the boxes or the barrels and freely take them any other place, like for example inside, and place it over here without actually spilling all the atoms in the floor. And now we have a bunch of, like, I would say new, but they're not really new. They're old resources that we can now put to better use. So let's dump everything back into our storage so we can, well, free some space in our inventory. So by setting this up temporarily over here, I'm gonna make an investment. And that investment is gonna be like 2 of my iron stacks in order to help us make more vaults over here. And hopefully we have the rest of the stuff that we need for what I want. Maybe we do. So I'm actually going to be using a full-size vault to farm cobble with, and I want to have as much cobble as I possibly can. And that means, well, a lot of drills, which luckily I already have them because of our massive clearing that we did over here. But the chutes, this is all the iron I have, so I was just barely able to do all of these chutes. We have 5 iron to our name. That's not much. Yeah, nope, this is not enough iron. We need more. So, well, back to the mines. And luckily, I still have not destroyed this section of the base, because I have nothing over there to process stuff. But I do need my iron. Okay. I kind of need to calm down. This is the main idea, right? But each one of these drills is 1,000. 1,000 SU. I don't think this can hold, right? Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna run this at half speed, and later, when we actually have a decent power generation, we can fix this. Cause yeah, we need more ACU for the rest of the setup. It's not great, but it should hold for what I want to do. So let's put the clutch. That also lets us turn this thing off, and later we'll have that clutch automated, because whenever this thing is full, we don't need this to be running. So we're gonna keep that in mind. Now I'm actually just gonna place a couple of cobblestone blocks in the middle, because these ones are actually gonna be separating the lava that's probably gonna stay like what in the middle here, and the water is gonna be waterlogged in these drills. Which means I kind of need to close this area up a little bit so the water doesn't flow. Like for example here, just like that. And then we can use these glass here. And boom, now the water will not run from there, and I have to put it there. And so by simply adding in the lava and the water, I believe if I turn on the clutch now, yes, we should have this thing starting to drill away. And this should start giving us a bunch of cobble, right? Yeah, there you go. A lot of cobble, which is great. This is going to give us pretty much all the cobble we're going to need right now, but we're probably going to be needing more. And now I actually need to hook this up to some extra machinery. So now I'm actually going to be connecting 2 different ports here. One of them is going to be connecting this into our already set up storage. So we can actually count cobblestone from here. So whenever we kind of need
tons and tons of cobble, and we kind of want to request this is an only send, and that's pretty good. Because we only really want that one to be sending items. We don't really want him to store any stuff. Like these ones, they can send and receive because they're part of our main storage. But if I have to send cobblestone into here, I'm fine with it, to be honest. Because since that one is actually farther away from here, this will prefer any cobblestone I have from these bolts. So it should never realistically ask for that cobblestone unless I don't have it over here. And just to make sure, yes, we have 5k cobblestone in the system, which is great. So now, using the power we also have, I need to make some factory gauges, and that kind of requires precision mechanisms. So, well, let's actually make some, because I never automated this, and I really should start automating more stuff, you know? So now, on this side, we're actually going to be connecting to here, because this guy is going to be making us gravel. And to do that, we're going to have to make a separate link, different from this one, like not connected to our main system over here. Basically, you could just pick these guys up and craft them over here, and they are now unlinked. Now we're going to put him over here, and we're going to grab another frog port. This guy also does not need to be named. And I think I want to send it that way. That way seems good. And only send packages. This guy will only send. And now we will click with the factory gauge over here, which now it's connected to this side. And now we can just put it over here, and they should be connected. Yes, they are. As you can see, they're both glowing blue. Now on this factory gauge, we basically want to tell it to monitor cobblestone. And as you can see, it says it has 0 cobblestone inside. But now, I believe we have to ask for it to receive items. Okay. You should be connecting to receive. Ah, there you go. And now it's inactive, but I can tell it to have at least 30 stacks. And... yep. There we go. Okay, that guy is actually connected. It's connected to the right side, but this guy isn't connected to the right side. So I'm gonna pick it up, and I'm gonna actually connect him to this side as well. It's just so that the packages don't travel that long. And now we have to call him gravel underscore base. This is just so I know that I have this gravel in the base. Yes, it's perfect. Now we have 30 stacks of cobblestone. Like if I remove one stack, it's just gonna send another one. Right? Okay, there we go. It takes a little bit. I don't know why. No, it's perfect. It works. Oh, I now also installed the threshold switch over here. Basically, I'm telling him whenever you're above 1280, you're actually gonna power on. And it's actually going to power on this clutch right here, so it's just going to stop everything going up, and it should start again. I'm actually going to change this to like what, 100. So whenever you have 100 stacks left, that's when you're actually going to toggle yourself back on, because then you're probably running low and there's areas that need it. So yeah, I think this is a good number. Now over here, we're gonna make a little bit of a loop, and we're gonna put some crushing wheels that hopefully should now start to give us some gravel. We're gonna crush the cobblestone, and then we're gonna send the gravel into this chest. And then, as you can see, this guy is using cobblestone, and that guy gets the notification, if you can say that. And boom, we're gonna start using the cobblestone from here, and we now have a lot of gravel being automated. Whenever this fills up, everything is actually gonna backlog on down and sit on over there. And we can actually use the same system where we can use a threshold switch here for gravel and toggle this area off as well. Because if it's not needed, then like if you throw on gravel, then we don't need it, right? So it can stop. And then we're gonna have this do the same thing over here, because then the gravel is gonna have to go somewhere else. So I also want to use this gravel to make some sand and some clay, but I might as well just do the iron, because that's what we're needing right now. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a brass tunnel here
with a list filter that has a deny on gravel. Flip off the date. And I know this works with water, but I'm really going to use a fan washing catalyst. And if we have it like this, then this is going to be 3 times the speed to wash a stack of sand, I guess, because that's going to be a stack of sand right there. So now all I really need to do is give this thing some power, and we should have it only accepting or only really doing iron nuggets and flint. But the problem is I don't really care about the flint right now, so we might as well just grab ourselves like some item vaults and then just void or lava what we don't want. I don't know if you can quite see it, but all the fans appear to be blowing the right way. And hopefully now, if I do this, we should have the gravel starting to flow in and hopefully start being washed away. No, I shouldn't take that long. Oh, there we go. Perfect. And we already heard. Okay, we got 5 iron nuggets, and we heard that there was flint being tossed away. So I think this is a success. Yes. Now with this, there's one last thing I want to set up. And let me grab, I think it's this one. Yes, this link, which means I can now hook this guy up to the system. Which means I can now see my iron nuggets all the way over here. Hopefully. So if I type for nuggets, yes, we got 60, and it should keep going up. I mean, we had 0, so yeah, 72. That's perfect. This means that we can actually use these factory gauges for some pretty cool things back here. And actually, we have this thing. Yeah, no, that's So I've now done a little bit of a thing. We now have automated ingots. And how? Well, with the factory gauges over here, I linked this one to our main system, which I actually made it so our ingots are in the system as well. So that is connected. It tells us, well, we have X amount of ingots. And then I actually told it, well, if you send X amount of ingots into X amount of area, into, well, in the iron ingot press base, you can, with 36 iron nuggets, you can make 4 iron ingots. Then what that does is it sends it to this guy of course then sends it to this basin, it presses down, and then of course this guy sends it back the same way into the main storage. And have this defaulted to 4 stacks. We can then of course, if we hold right click, we can change it to as much as we want. I'll change it to, I'll keep it at 4 because I think it's a good number. And I already took 4 of it and pressed down into sheets so we can make more vaults, so we can make more storage. And then I actually decided to waterlog under there and put some fans on the bottom that actually speeds it up. And then I actually decided to double it. So we have like 10 fans, but it's actually 5 per zone, but it's making 2 stacks at a time, which, well, I think it's pretty good, right? I did have to nerf, at least in one motor, our guy over here, because we already are, well, overstressed to the wazoo. Look at that. We only have 708 ACO. We have 5 of these guys. Either we make more or we upgrade our power, which I think we should do, because we can just wait around for iron. That fixes a lot of problems. And life is good when you have a place to rest. So I made me a little bit of a shack, I guess you can call it that we can actually take wherever we go. And how can we take it wherever we go? Well, by simply flicking up this lever and then boink, and we have it with ourselves, our little tool cart. And then whenever we want, we can just place it down. And it's actually kind of cool because if we go over here, we go on the inside, it actually has all my toolboxes up there and all the way down here. It also has some tables from Chipped to make it a little bit of a decoration. We have a bed to skip off the night, got some carpet and some flowers as decoration. And of course, the most important thing of all, we can actually close the door and we can AFK. Because I've been AFKing a lot and this actually really helps. And would you look at that, I even increased this to 16 stacks and we already have them all, and we have a bunch of iron nuggets, and I actually made a lot of iron sheets. Yeah, we have 800 iron sheets. I also used all those nuggets to make some more andesite alloys. We're now lacking on some stuff, but we're good. Oh yeah, and look at this horse. This 12.64 speed and 4.5 jump height. It's super good. Oh, and I swapped the blaze for a subscribe pick. That's why not. Oh, and for some reason we didn't have the fresh animation pack working, but now it is, and the villagers look a lot better. And I got a new one. I got an actual unbreaking one, which you can keep like trading to unlock. Please unlock something good, dear sir. And nothing. Great. Now it's time for a building time lapse. So I've been hard at work and look at that beauty. Man, I think this looks really cool as a basement, or it's not even the basement, it's just the first floor of our factory over here with a 1 million item storage. Yes, this actually can hold up to 1 million items. Each and every single one of these vaults can hold 1,620 stacks. Well, if you multiply that by the 10 that we have, that does 106, no, 1,6,200, yes, 1,000 stacks. And that multiplies by 64 items of each stack. So our little piggy here is, well, it's gonna be very busy in the future. And we also still have the horse. I guess we can use them for some other areas, actually. And I'm starting to decorating this. It's gonna take a very long while to decorate because even though I have a bunch of lanterns in the ceiling, yeah, that's still not gonna cover the floor because they're way too high up to actually cover the floor. I am pretty sure, actually, can we craft the bell? There's actually a very cool mechanic that we can do. Okay, so that we need a block of brass and a brass sheet. So let's ask to get this. Then we just craft it real quick. And then we're actually going to do something to this bell. You see, this is just a decoration, right? But if we place it on Soulfire, it has side effects. Yeah, you can see at night, it doesn't really quite get enough light to the floor. So if we hit this with the Soulfire, it will turn. And it will turn into a haunted well. That I believe when we offhand it, I guess we can place it for now. Right click it. It should show us areas that are unlit. It may not show because of the shaders. Wait, is this actually well enough lit? Wait. Wait a second. Is it actually okay? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So mobs can spawn here. Oh wait, is this actually spawn proof? I'm baffled. There's not a single spot where mobs can spawn inside of this. Let me turn on shaders again. And that's crazy to me. Like, this area is massive, right? Wait, maybe down here? I mean, down here I still only have like torches and stuff, so yeah, but these torches are enough. But I should actually remove these because I'm gonna use these like underground tunnels to get from platform to platform, over there and over there, and have these areas selected out for elevators to take us up. Now there's a little bit of an issue that it kind of crosses this support beam and that chain. I don't really care because I'd have to move these, but that would misalign stuff, and I don't want to deal with that. And yes, I started expanding the windmills a little bit all the way up there because we needed just a little bit of extra power, because what I want to do for main power It's gonna take a while to do that, but I needed some extra power to automate some things over here. We mainly have automated the crushing of gravel over here into making us some sand and some clay and, well, some flint, I guess. I guess we can use flint as well later. But mostly we wanted is sand and we wanted the clay because we have an automatic smelting setup. It's here as well in our cooking base, where anything we send it here has 3 fans blasting lava onto it, so it cooks kind of fast. And we have it to make ourselves some bricks and some glass. Now the glass is very, very helpful, or I would have not been able to make all of these glasses. And then since we have the iron as well, yeah, this is very expensive glass. But this would be the time where I would actually start improving my power, so I don't rely on those windmills because they're also very laggy, and I actually want some more power. But to do that, I want to do boilers. And how am I going to do boilers? You know, I want lava to use on the boilers, but there's actually some very cool things we can do. You see, with the create mod, if you find that enough, or a big enough pool of lava, you actually have infinite lava. Ain't that right, Strider? So pretty much wherever you go in the Nether, you will most likely always... Oh, okay. You'll most likely always have an infinite pool of lava if you just target something like this, because to have an infinite pool of lava you need 10,000 lava blocks. But maybe we can do something about those 10,000 blocks in the overworld. But of course that's actually gonna have to wait for next episode, because that's gonna rely on a lot of infrastructure and a lot of digging. So that's gonna take a long time, but I really don't have it for today's episode. But fear not, it's coming soon. But in the meantime, you can always just watch the other videos on the series. But yes, that's all the time we're gonna have for today. And as always, guys, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't, and see ya in the next one. Bye. So on the last episode, we worked on our storage, which now can hold more than 1 million items. We also made our production board over here, which is kind of temporary, but kind of helpful. Of course, we decorated the beginnings of the main base, and we have some automations going on with frogs. And I'm now starting to plan the second floor. So I guess you can kind of see where I'm going with at the top, because I'm going to make that spinny thing. But as I've hinted in the past videos, we have a problem. And that is a power problem. As you can see, we only have 96%. Oh, I mean, we have 96% being used. Like, that's way too low for what I want to do. Which means we need to work on power. And what can we do? And I found it. We can use lava. The base does look kind of cool when it's kind of just flying in. But how are we going to be using lava? Well, with boilers. Now, to make boilers in the create mod, you need, well, some fluid tanks with water, and you need to attach a steam engine with a shaft. And of course, you need to power it, and you need to fill it up with water as well. But to power it, we can use blaze burners below, which when they burn, they heat up the water, they make steam, and so you have a boiler, aka a steam engine. And you can actually see how much output it has. And you can attach multiple steam engines to the same side of the same boiler to get out as much power as you want to. Of course, they're limited to a certain amount. That being said, we have a few ways of making this happen. Now, the water is easy, of course, but the blaze can be a different story. Now, in order to do the blaze, we can actually use some straws that we have from Create Crafts and Addition and directly feed into it either lava or diesel or biofuel, which apparently superheats them. That's pretty cool. But for what I want to do today, we're gonna go with lava. But how can we get lava? Well, there's a couple ways of actually getting lava. For example, you can superheat cobblestone and you get lava. And apparently there's even nether lava. I don't even know what this is, but sure, there's nether lava as well. And there's always the Minecraft regular method, with just simply using a lava source on top of some dripstone blocks and some pointed dripstones into a cauldron, and then you can pipe it out into, well, a fluid tank. And this is what I've been using to get my lava buckets. And this one is actually an infinite lava source, technically, because this is constantly generating us lava. But there's actually another way of getting an infinite lava source, as I discussed in a previous video. And that other way is actually using a lava pool from the Nether, because if it has over 10,000 blocks, it's infinite. Infinite for the create mod, I mean. But what if we could have found an infinite lava source in the overworld? Well, I think we can't, but maybe, just maybe, we can make one. But how do we make an infinite lava source in the overworld? Oh, of course, there's a wandering trader behind me. You see, a lava bucket only reaches so far, and it's not like water that if you put another one next to it, it becomes an infinite lava source. But there's a way, and it does not require 10,000 lava blocks. Now, for some reason in the create mod, if you put a lava source and you let it drip on down, just like that, as we saw there, it's technically gonna consider that a lava source. So all we really need to do is get something that's a space that's big enough that whenever the lava flows all the way down, it counts as actually 10,000 blocks. Oh, and yes, you could do the math and do like a cube shape or a rectangular shape or whatever shape you kind of want to, as long as the lava flows down and it converts, well, air blocks into lava sources. But I have a much simpler idea. That idea is drills, and a lot of drills. So I think an 11 by 11 of drills should do the trick. Maybe we can even cut the corners and do some shaping? Maybe. So with a couple of water wheels and a rope pulley that's all glued up to all these rails and those barrels, we can actually just invert the rotation and let this dig on down. And I guess I'm gonna AFK while this works. That's why I brought in my chariot over here, but you can just, well, AFK over here, or even in this chair, you know, where we have a little bit of lava and a fluid pipe. Now we wait. I bet all these mobs are like, what the hell is going on over here? Hold up, we have a second cave going through. This is so many cave systems. Like, this one is super big, and then this one's also incredibly huge. Probably even the same one, to be honest. Oh, and look, we even have already a little bit of lava. That's nice. But now that it reached all the way to the end, all we really have to do is just invert the signal, and it's gonna pull it all the way back up. It's gonna be a lot faster. And hopefully it's filled with diamonds, because I don't have a lot of diamonds and I want them. So now all really we have to do is just pick these guys up and get them out of there, because we need the space. But so we don't really need this anymore because we have the hole dug out. And now we just have to fill this with lava, or I guess more lava than just that. Now I made a little bit of a wall to actually help me here, because we're actually gonna need to be filling in this layer all again. And now all I really have to do is, well, fill all of this layer with full lava buckets. Now, as I said, it doesn't need to be this big. It could probably have been a lot smaller, but I kind of thought, well, why not, right? So, yep, I'm now gonna have to fill a lot of these buckets with lava. There's some lava over there I can go grab, but most of it is probably gonna come from our workshop. I also decided to fill up all of this layer so I can actually break it and walk on here and place them a lot easier. But now, while I'm doing this, I can actually just start breaking the things that are actually holding up this lava. Because you see, we want this lava to flow all the way down to bedrock. So we gotta break all the things that's actually supporting this lava. And it's actually gonna help us a lot, because it's gonna be a lot faster for this thing to reach the ground level. And it's easier to walk in the middle while we still have this entire, well, platform here supporting me. But it's going to be a lot tricky to find out where are all the blocks, so hopefully I'm getting all of them. I think I missed a few. I mean, I guess we can also just use the... Yeah, we can also use the free cam to see, yeah, we missed a spot. But this is what we want, the lava to flow all the way down. So I've now done half, and well, actually, let me just see if half could do it. I still want to do the rest, but let's just see if half is enough. What do I mean by enough? Well, we want to put a hose pulley, let the hose go all the way down, and you can actually see it's going all the way down. You reach the end, And is it actually an infinite lava source? Now it doesn't tell me, but I guess it will tell me because you can probably get an achievement if I take it out. So, moment of truth. No, it wasn't. It was not an infinite lava source. You can see it only took like a little bit of sip, so we need more. So we now have this completely filled up all the way down, which hopefully means that now if I just grab this mechanical belt and I do this, yes, there we go. We got the achievement of pumping from a blood of lava large enough to be considered infinite. And well, we only needed like a few buckets of lava. So let's actually jump in to the building. And so the outside is now done, as you guys can see. Now there is still a lot of detailing that needs to go in here, for example like girders and stuff like that, just to make it pop a little bit more. But I kind of want to start on the inside over here, because I kind of want to get a head start on myself, because there's a lot of things that are gonna go in there, and if I need to take down a wall and replace it, or if I come out of it, then I do that, and then I decorate after I have everything set up in there. Which now means a couple of things, and as you can see by my pipes resources, I don't have a lot of pipes. Now, I should have a decent amount of blaze burners, because I went ahead and got me a bunch of these, but yeah, I don't have a lot of flowy tanks, don't have a lot of pipes. We probably need to do something about that, but I don't know how my copper situation actually is. Oh, and I grew a little bit of bamboo over here, so fear not, it shall go away whenever I don't need it. I mean, we're not bad. We have 750 copper, and we do have 63 blocks of copper. Now, I kind of want to make more copper sheets, and I kind of want to make like a bunch of pipes. And to do pipes, you need copper ingots and copper sheets. So I'm gonna like take these four. I'm gonna take like 4 stacks to press down, and then just use the rest. Like, it should give me a nice amount of pipes, right? And then we also need to do more things to get fluid tanks, more fluid tanks. I mean, I think we had a decent amount. I just don't know what happened to them. Oh, and of course, how could I forget about the most important part? The actual steam engine. But this one luckily uses blocks of copper, which we just saw we had a bunch. The gold may be a little bit of an issue. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay, now we got some. I think I kind of need a little bit more blazes. I feel like this should be enough power. Now, to the moment of truth. How many fluid tanks am I gonna need for all of this? And I'm actually gonna do a little bit of a trick. You see, I don't really need to put this super high,
because we're only going to be using lava to power the blaze burners, which means that they do have like a max range because of the heat that they produce. So I think we only need like what, 5 levels of fluid tanks. And to test this out, we can just grab like a full line of buckets and power all of these dudes. They should stay on for like 16 minutes. Yeah, you can see that at the top. And now I can just grab the fluid tanks, place them on top of them. And if we also grab the steam engine and we put it like at the front, we can see the size right now. And we can also see the heat. The heat is never going to go above that, which means that this is actually the max height that these guys need to go. So that's kind of good. It's, I mean, barely more than half a stack. So I think we can do quite a few of these. We're still gonna need more tanks though, and I hope we do have the copper for all of this. We might do. We may not. Oh, we do not have enough steam engines. I just realized we need like a stack more of steam engines for what I want. I believe we need. I'm not sure. But hopefully you guys can actually have an idea of what's going on. Like, I have these walkways so I can walk around and see things from a higher perspective, which actually helps a lot while managing these things. And as you can see, I'm going to put the steam engines directly on top of it, and then I can link all of those shafts between them. And then I'll have this corner to actually take the power out. That's why this thing has a little bit of an extra area over there, is to deal with the extra, or I mean to the power going outside of the factory itself. On this side, I still have it a little bit reserved, which I'm still thinking what I can do here. I'm thinking I might need some trains in the future that need lava for some reason, or I want to take lava to some place and I can come here since this is an infinite lava source, something like that. And I also want to put a display with my power generation on, and I can either put it over there or I can even put it over here on this side. Since we have the entrance here, we can just turn left and see the things right there, or we just look forward into the ceiling over there, something like that. And now into probably the thing that's gonna worry me the most, and it's trying to pipe all of these things. I also realized that we have these fluid tanks for water as well, because I kind of thought, well, we can have like the lava pipe going here and the water pipe going there. That's gonna look pretty cool. But then we kind of had to push this guy super close to here, so we might just either end up like running the pipes above my head here, and then connecting to the proper boilers, something like that. I'm gonna try and come up with something, and hopefully it looks half decent. Well, so we're back in the mine, but we do not have our pickaxe swinging from side to side because we have a drill. Shout out to you if you understood that reference. Well, actually, luckily for me, copper isn't one of those things that I particularly love to mine, so I should have plenty of it around here. And oh, there's a spawner. But I should have plenty of it like around here in the walls and stuff like that. Yep, look at this. There's even iron. I mean, we have an iron farm now. Now, this bamboo is going to be very, very helpful. You see, you can use this bamboo to make these straws, so then we can give them to our blaze burners. But fear not, I know that some people may be playing Create without Create Crafting Editions, and they do not actually have the straws. So I'm also going to make some setups work without these straws and just use mechanical crafters normally. And to make them, I just send them to the rolling mill and let it do its thing. Now, with all of them hooked up, well, at least to steam engines, we now need to connect some piping over here. Now, the lava one is actually going to go down below, but the water one we can connect just like this. Now, there may be or may not be a little bit of an issue with the water. We may need more pumps, putting more water, because they may just burn the water too fast. If that comes around, I'll do that. For now, we only have like these 3, which I don't think it's gonna be enough, but maybe it is. But then underneath here, I can actually just break this block and go down here. We have access to all the blazes, except the ones at the end, because we're gonna do them a little bit differently, as I said.
But the ones down here, most of them we're just gonna directly use these straws to turn them into blaze burner with a straw or a little bit of a trucker hat. And we basically just want to go around and make sure all of them have a straw. And that's really gonna help us out here, because we don't need the mechanical crafter if you have this, but for the people who don't, fear not, we'll also be making a setup that doesn't actually rely on this. And I should also probably make this area a little bit better so we can actually move around better and, well, check up on things better as well. But as always, it's always a progress being made, like super slowly, especially with me, because I keep breaking things and I think, oh, this looks good, and then I go back and I thought, maybe I can do this a little bit differently, and I do and redo things like 3 or 4 times. Like, I don't know how you guys do it, but I kind of take a while to decide, oh yeah, this is good, this is what I want. Technically, besides the last two at the end, we should be ready to turn them on. Now, I do not have any power at the moment because I took down the water wheels, and I've been thinking maybe I still want to keep like the water wheels at the back, just powering some of these basic things, so in case something happens or wherever and these guys stop powering stuff, at least the pumps are still powered. Like, maybe that will be helpful. Okay, so I'm now starting to turn all of these guys on by, well, trying to give them water. Water is struggling a little bit, but I'm gonna at least try and fill them all up. We're using the water wheels, as I said, but this is meant to be temporary, and hopefully everything works. I do really think we're gonna be needing more water pumps, because we're filling in, but we're only having like a single pump taking out the water, and as you can see, nothing is spinning. So yeah, we're probably gonna even have like a dedicated pump for every single one of those, and maybe we can use like what, these two to power those two, the first two of them. We'll have to see. Actually, we can even just get us started with something. I'm making a walkway over here. We can probably just like ignore this and only power these ones with water at the moment, because then we're gonna have some spins, you know, we're gonna actually have some stress units flowing from these guys. As you can see, we're doing 16,000 at the moment only. I thought we would do a little bit more. Oh, we're lacking water. Of course we're lacking water. And yeah, we're lacking water here as well. So we kind of need to try and get a little bit more water, but 16,000 is a lot more than that. Yeah, so basically every single one of these guys is actually going to need a single pump powering it. Now we have these tanks here already, so I don't really want to mess with them. We can take these water wheels down because they're spinning. So let's actually set up the mechanical arm, and we need to select all of our blaze burners in our underground area. As you guys can see, that I just had to dug out because we needed to do the pumps and I wanted to do below it. Now we have our shafts going over here, and then with the mechanical arm you can just right click the blaze burners. You have them selected. I selected this depot as an input where it's going to pick up lava buckets, and the empty buckets, you can put it over there, goes into that barrel, which then I'm going to make it go out, get here, get filled up with lava, and go back here. So now we can just place him here. Oh, we even got some achievements on, and I just need to power these belts and get some buckets over here, and then this hole should actually start working. So now that he has power, with a little bit of a cogwheel here, and the belts have power, if we just put these buckets there, they should get lava. Yes, it picks them up. Whenever they're empty, it sends them back into the barrel, and it's just gonna cycle here between all of this until all of these guys are, well, on with lava, and then the lava buckets will just sit here until they're needed again, which means we have 1.5 million SU, and that is a lot of power. And so I'm now in the process of connecting things up, and I already did over here. I made it sure that all my power goes into here, and I kind of wanted to make me a little bit of a better walkway here, and I do not have the casing, so I'm just gonna use this. And yes, and then I have this going to rotational speed controller, and then I have this set at 2. I could even put it at 1 because it's then going into here, into a chain conveyor, which is then connected to a power tower. And this is what I want to use to try and take the chain conveyors long distances. You can see it over there. I kind of wish we had a little bit better of an exit here. Maybe I can work on it a little bit. And I'm probably still actually gonna move this maybe over there. I'm still deciding on the placing because I think where it is right now, it's kind of in the middle of everything, and I don't think it looks good there. I think it looks good overall. It kind of took me quite a while to get the design in place, so I think I'm just gonna make a blueprint out of this, and then I can copy and paste it whenever I want. But I don't think I want it to sit there. It probably will look better sitting here in front of this area, just sitting there, because then I have all that space opened up for me to do things, and then I have that thing to connect, like for there for example, and then I don't need to make those poles. I can actually just use something like this. But this is meant for long distances, and whenever we're getting closer and into smaller buildings, I might want to switch it up for a smaller design like that. I'm probably going to improve on that design because that was meant to be temporary there. So let's actually make sure that the entire thing is inside the schematic, just like this. I believe that's all connected. There's nothing that's actually not it. And boom, let's just call this a little power tower. Now, the best part about this tower is, since I want to move it over there, all of its components, or pretty much all of them, I can just right click with the wrench, except for the lanterns, but those just fall off anyway, so it's not really a big deal. But the fact that I can just use the wrench is very, very good on every single item that I have over here, because I have some pretty much all create blocks over here. And well, just in case you want to take a look, this is literally the list of all the items that this uses. And so, take a look at this beauty. Now, it doesn't do a perfect job, but I guess these details we can always fix if it does it a lot. Okay, it only seems to do it in some areas, which is fine, I guess. Oh, look, this one's actually wrong. I'm not gonna fix it now. It's just gonna sit there. But the rest is all good, I think. We even have a ladder that allows us to go up all the way into this platform up here. And from this platform, we can actually see, well, other places, but more importantly, we have access to the chain conveyor. Okay, I'd say that looks a little bit better. The power is actually coming from there into there and all the way up there. So I guess now it's time to actually fully complete this area. And here we have it. We have it connected to the power tower, and we already have the power being connected to the main base, and you can actually see me over there. It's actually kind of nice that these things connect from so far away, because it allows me to actually use them as a very power tower thingy, like, because they connect super far. Like, I actually wish they'd move this one a little bit to the middle, but well, it works. And over here on the base, we have the power tower, which then I just bring the power down with a little bit of a shaft, and then I connect into this control house, I guess you could call it that, where we have the stress gauge, which you then can actually take an output or something like that to put it into a display board or something like that. And then we have our speed controller, which has a conveyor rotation chain conveyor underneath there, which connects to this chain conveyor here, and that one connects on the inside, which then powers the building. But yeah, it's actually really good to know that we are only using 4% and the cobblestone generator is on. And I also expanded the grass a little bit further, so it doesn't have a platform just floating here. And now we can take a little bit of a look more closely. I really like what I did here. Looks like some engine parts. And then we have this door, which is not really a door, but it looks like a sliding door. And we have the same way going out. We have the stairs to go underneath here. And over here we have a building, or a billboard, I should say, that actually tells us the max SU and the available SU. We could do some extra things here. I could paint it, and I could do some things a little bit to look a little bit nicer, you know. And then we also have these walkways that go all the way around. We have a ladder here to get up, and then we can just walk from one point to the other. Now, there is some lighting issues here, and I do not have any lanterns with me, so we do still need to do some finishing touches on this side of the factory, like on the inside, but the outside at least is pretty much done. I guess you could also add some lights here and stuff. Which means now we have power to actually expand the area over here and go upstairs and start working on our workshops. But that's gonna have to wait because this thing took a very long time to set up, which means we do not have the time to go any further today. But fear not, because on the next episode, we're gonna be working on the grindstone part of the base, and that's gonna look pretty cool. So, as always guys, hopefully you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't, and see ya in the next one. Bye! Welcome back everybody to another Create video. And today I had quite a few things planned until something happened. See, we were meant to start upgrading our second floor. I added some nice things to the pack so we can actually do some cool stuff. I actually did something with the second floor of our farm or mineshaft. We now have a fully functioning skeleton farm, which means I actually now have EXP as well. And that's basically what the scarecrow is doing, is actually loading up the farm for me. I even went to the Nether and got some templates to upgrade our gear. But then I came across this video. And well, let's just say my storage kind of lacks in comparison to that. And I thought, oh well, this is still good, right? I mean, it's still decent, it works, it's closed up, so it should work just fine. But then, yep, Stam himself actually told me, why did not upgrade my storage? And I thought, well, challenge accepted. But now before I actually upgrade my storage, there's actually some things that I needed to think about, like how am I gonna make it better? I'm actually gonna make it faster or just prettier, I guess. Because I'm not sure I can quite compete with Stam storage in terms of speed, but I might quite be able to compete in terms of coolness. Because I've done a little bit of a thing over here. And yes, our second floor rotates now. And this is where I think I can one up in my storage game. But first things first, I needed myself a chunk loader. And it's actually just sitting right here, giving us a 5x5 area around our base. I needed to make some temporary contraptions around here to help us, like a press, a little bit of a saw to cut down some things, a deployer, and even a grindstone, a mechanical grindstone that actually does the sandpaper stuff for me without actually using sandpaper. And that plus some items that I had to stockpile before I actually get started, and I think I'm ready. It's literally famous last words until I realize I don't actually have enough items and I need to just take like 2 hours to restock my gear. Yeah, look at that. I don't have belts. Like, I don't have belts. I don't have funnels. Oh, come on, man. So the first step is actually going to be kind of finishing up the rest of the floor. Both floors. Because I'm still going to have another floor on top of this one. And until I have both of them kind of at least walled in and perfectly built, quote unquote, I still can't quite plan the storage. Oh, and I messed with the shader settings a little bit to reduce the fog, and now the fog should be a lot farther away and a lot up in the sky. So things closer to me should look a lot cleaner. And I hope you guys can actually notice this. Wow, everyone, it is done. Kinda. This is what is actually the base is going to be looking like at the top, as you guys can see. I did some piping here to give it a little bit of a different color. Got some glowstone that's chipped, and then we have this floor all the way at the top to manage stuff, and we have our new storage keeper. And now comes the hard part. I didn't actually show any of this in the time lapse because one, it took a very long time to do, and second, the hardest part is still to come. Because I now need to figure out how I'm gonna link my storage all the way down below to that little guy, and also to the second floor, because I've installed some elevators here. They look pretty cool, you know. And if we go to the workshop room, which is actually going to be an automation room, it's still pretty dark in here, but maybe you guys can see. This is where I'm going to be moving the cobblestone generator and the iron generation and all those things. That's going to come all the way up here, and it's actually not going to be down below. On this floor, we have to rearrange our storage system so it actually sends items to the second and to the third floor, or like to the floors above. And that side, pretty much all the machines that you see on that side over there is going to be moving up at least one floor. Some of them will be moving to the upmost floor, and that side will be pretty much clean, where we could duplicate our vault setup and have double the storage. But I actually intend on having that sort of already here. If I can, I'll pretty much just double up vaults on top of this, and that will give us 2 million item storage. And this side I'm actually gonna leave untouched for now, I think, to handle trains coming in, and probably having some sort of tanks to deposit EXP, lava, maybe water, like stuff like that. Which means now I need to think of how I'm going to be moving this all the way to the top. And I got a couple of ideas. You see, if we take a look here at the transport, it's not, is contraption. Ah, God. Ah, there we go. Storage interface, the portable storage interface. I'm gonna be using these for some of the things. You see, my idea is whenever I request something, and I actually made a waypoint here. When I request something, I want it to come from these vaults, right? But I don't want them to be using a frog, because a frog can only send things into a chain, and a chain cannot be lower than the frog. And I don't want chains just be flying around everywhere unless necessary, you know? So I'm actually going to be using belts to transport the items that I want from these vaults. And my main idea is having a belt coming along here that then sends like a package this way into this area where I will be able to manage it. And if it needs to go to the second floor, it will go into one area, or if it needs to go all the way to the top, it will go into another area, and then we'll send it all the way up there. That's the main idea. And I actually want to take advantage of the rotation that we have up here, because we do have this thing spinning, right? And I kind of want to take advantage of that. And if possible, we can reroute some items through here. As you can see, I already have a hole. But I was actually thinking of having a portable storage interface like right there that would link here, and then we'll pick up the items. This thing would stop for a second. It would then connect up top as well. And from there up top, I would actually send it to my storage. Or to my barrel chests, to my box, I guess to my box. And I realized I could have called this guy Foxy Notel. I guess I'll just ask for a like then, I guess. Oh God, why is it always raining? So I think I actually want to start with setting up this guy, because I believe once I have this guy hooked up, I can easily manage the things on the second floor, on the workshop floor. Just because if I don't have access to my items in my storage, I can actually make things. That's why I kind of took most of the things that I could possibly want out of the storage already, because I might not have access to it for a while. Okay, I believe it actually works. So what do we have? We have our little Foxy over here, and we have access to everything. It doesn't have the filters yet. I need to grab them from below. And we have an input, or I guess when we request items, they will come up here. When I want to send items, I will put them in here. And basically what's happening over here is that we have this belt going there. It automatically packages the items to the main storage and then sends them into that chute. And this guy is getting the items unpackaged here, and the items are being brought up through there. We'll go down there in a second. They come here. I have this depot elevator into this belt, and then if I actually want to send items any other place, I can just pick up this brass tunnel and use it to send them anywhere else. And that's probably going to come in handy later when I want to do something else.
And we also have a little bit of a shulker box unloader because all my shulker boxes are filled with random items. And that pretty much means I have no shulker boxes available. Literally. Like, for example, I can literally just grab this barrel. And I believe if I just place it here, we should see, yeah, a bunch of items are gonna start flowing into there, and then that's just immediately gonna send them to the packager. And let's just go down below. There we go. And we see I have a frog here that it's immediately spitting up the packages whenever they get to him. And of course we still have our little frogs here that's actually picking up the items and putting them into the vaults. And we rearranged our system whenever when I actually ask for something. They pop into this packager, not this one, and then this belt puts it into the, or this funnel puts it into the belt, and then they come over here. If I actually request something from this side, I have a weighted ejector that sends it all the way over here, and then it just has a filter here that if I have something that should go upstairs to my fox over there, it then picks it up, puts it into this barrel. And I have this barrel in case I ask multiple items and this thing clogs up. I have basically just as a buffer. It puts them into here. I have a fan over there, which is pushing the items upward, and they go all the way up here into this portable storage interface, which then waits exactly for this to connect. And it does need actual a barrel, just one anywhere in the contraption. And whenever it links up, it connects all the way up to the ones at the top, and it just outputs it into here, into that drain, depot, and fox. We can actually just see this working. For example, we have this barrel which should be empty. We can grab it, we can even break it, and let's actually send it down so you guys can see it a little bit better. It goes all the way down. You can probably see it slowly but surely, yes, going down there, and then the frog just spits it out. But now let's do the other way around. Let's ask for 2 stacks of sticks. If we go down here, you should see that it still is there. It actually sent 2 packages this time, and they go up. They oh, whoops, yeah, forgot I got the jetpack on. They need to wait until it actually links up, and after it links up, it puts them into here, and boom, we got our 2 stacks of sticks. Oof. Hopefully you guys understood everything that's going on there. Which actually means I can get rid of all the items in these shulker boxes. And I might just want to go up downstairs and upgrade my storage even more. Like I said, I kind of was thinking of putting a second layer on top of there. And to do that, I might want to rearrange the frogs as well. I might. I'm not so sure I'm gonna do that just yet. I kind of want to unpackage everything I have, use these threshold switches to make a board upstairs to control how much items I have in my storage, and just gauge it from there. If I have like 50%, which I really shouldn't have, I probably want to do the second layer and just do 2 million items. Though it may not be super fast sometimes because it actually depends on the connection between the outside wall over there, but I like it. I think it's cool, I think it's different, and I think it's definitely an upgrade. I think I might be here a while. So I'm now starting to reorganize this area. Like, I'm gonna clean all the machines from here and move them upstairs when they are needed, and I kind of want you guys to tell me, what do you think I should put in here? I'm gonna move everything up here, and I can either put more storage, like more of these, and I can double them up as well. So technically, if that's 1 million, if we double up, it's 2 million. If we put them on this side, it's actually 4 million. Or should I leave it open and use this area to deal with trains later down the line? Because I do want to have some trains going around here, because like I don't have lava generation here. I love to have a train bring me lava. I would probably have a lot of stones and stuff like that being built not here, so I would need them to be here, like being deposited and then send them to the storage, or have like some specialized vaults here for some certain stuff. Like, what you guys think? Basically, I'm just doing now a little bit of house cleaning and trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with the roof, because yeah, that's literally, no, my shovel, that's literally the worst part, the roof.
You know what, guys? I think I just had a revelation. I was setting up this area over here when I want to have my washing, cooking, smelting, haunting, and conduit powered stuff. And I got it fully set up. Basically, we just put the items into a barrel, they get popped into this belt, they get processed, and then they go down with chutes and back into the lower barrel. Like, simple. But I thought maybe we could actually do this a little bit better in terms of how I manage things here. So back to square zero. So I'll just go ahead and explain what I've did over here. So I actually don't have like 25 different things to show you in one go, and I can just show you these four and kind of the concept what I'm going with. Basically, we have the inputs. Now I only have inputs here, and this will be the output. I still need to kind of make this better, so don't worry about the looks just now. Basically, I can see here we have washing, smelting, cooking, haunting, and then conduit power again. And basically they're all being sent into these frog boards over here, and they all have their destination set except the conduit one because I don't yet have it. But then they can send the frogs over here. Then we have like the cooking one, the washing one, the smelting one, and the haunting one. And I kind of wanted to do it this way because that means I can actually have a lot more fans in the setup. And I had to actually lower the speed just to save some power. Not that I really need to. I mean, we have 1.5 million power, so we might as well just use it to the max, but we don't really need it over here because these are just fans and they're pretty much on the block itself. So yeah, they don't need a lot of power, they just need a proper rotation. And the water should be crazy fast because it has like 3 fans and then 3 other fans. And all the other ones have like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. I thought I could actually put more in the lava versions, but you can't lava log stuff, so yeah, I guess bad luck for me. Yeah, they get sent to the frogs, they then get washed or haunted or smelting or whatever, and then they get sent back into the workshop receivers, which is these 3 frogs right here. So all my items will end up in these 3 barrels. I can upgrade these barrels if I really want to just get it storage barrels and just have tons and tons of storage on every single one of these. So now let's actually test it. Let's send 1 for washing, 1 for smelting, the cooking, I'll send some eggs, and then 1 for haunting. And I guess you can wait on the first one. It shouldn't really take that long, since it's just like 16 items on every single one of those. And already here are the frogs and eggs, clay, glass, and the haunted. No, there you go, soul sand. Yes, the soul sand takes a little bit longer. Now the packages on here, they're not crazy fast. I can increase the speed if I want to, but I guess it's fine. You know, it's fine. It should do a lot of stacks at once. So now on to the rest. Oh, and just in case I feel like my storage is slow to get the items all the way up there, I can always just increase the speed on the rotating part of the base, and that just makes the items come a lot faster. Oh, and just to let you know, if my voice sounds anything different from this point on, it's because I changed a little bit of the settings in the OBS. Just make sure I don't pick up fan and try to lessen the keyboard noises. The keyboard is pretty loud, so there's not much I can do about it, I think, but hopefully it fixes some stuff. That being said, I have this area pretty much done with a bunch of contraptions all going on over here. We got the ones that we talked previously. I also installed the conduit power one already, but now we got press, a compacting press, which is pretty much to make like ingots or blocks. We have a regular mixer, which it could probably get a little bit of an extra setup. We'll have to go to him, but you'll see why in a second. We have a basin. This is symbolizing a mixer but with water. Some recipes use that for something like that. We have a basic saw. Over here we have the crushing wheels. We have a regular deployer for casings and stuff like that. And then we have a triple deployer, which is basically an automation for precision mechanisms. And last but not least, we got a millstone, we got a rolling mill, we got a spout with water, we got the mechanical grindstones, and we also got an honeycomb, which is basically a deployer with a honey block or a honeycomb block. This is going to wax some stuff. And this is how this area is looking like. There's a lot of frog ports, a lot of barrels, a lot of packagers and unpackagers, a lot of pulse timers, because a lot of these recipes, like for example, compacting and depressing stuff, they do one at a time, and I don't want these guys to send like an ingot, an ingot, an ingot, an ingot. So we put these timers on here with 10 seconds. So he only pulses after 10 seconds, and whatever he has in the barrel, it's what gets packaged. And I have this on multiple areas where there may be a lot of items going on. You can see here we have the area for the precision mechanisms, which is basically pulling in the gold plate here. And then we have a filter, you can't quite see it over there. There you go. Yeah, the filter for the cogs, and no, this is basically just denying the gold shit, as you can see at the top, because all the other items will just go into here and then they are filtered here, different cogs and the iron nugget. And just in case I send multiple stacks of these, I do have a weighted ejector which pretty much just sends the things backwards so the loop can continue in case I put a lot of like too many items here. Probably can still lock up at some point, but I don't think it will. This side we have the spout, pretty much just watering anything. We have the mechanical grindstone, just sends the items, pretty much mostly these ones, the polished quartz things, because I don't actually believe there's a lot of things we could do. I mean, we could get experience for some stuff, but we are not going to be doing that here, so I think we're fine. We have the rolling mill, which I kind of didn't test, but I think it should work. We have a regular millstone, we have the wax one we already covered. We covered this one. We have our single deployer for the casings. It just sends, I think, andesite, alloy, copper ingot, brass ingot, and sturdy sheets into here. And then here, basically the logs, the strip logs are they're just gonna go there. They get pressed down, they get deployed, and boom, they get sent back into the system. We have the crushing wheels, just a regular set of crushing wheels, and we have a conduit over here, which is still using this simple setup, I guess you could call it that, but I only have one of these and they do need an input underneath, in this case water. So yeah, this is how I hooked mine up. It should still do like 3 stacks at a time if I sense anything involving this power, and they all send to the workshop receiver. And here we have our compactor, which puts the items to the base and then presses them down. We have the single press. We have the regular mixer, and this is what I said there could be some issues in the way that things get put into it, because I only have a single input. And normally the mixer is mixing 2 different items. So I might need to add a second belt over here that basically filters some items here and some items there, and then they input there into the basin. And probably the same for this one over here. Or I could just try and hook this in a little bit of a different way, I guess, but for now it should work, I think. And these ones I already covered. Oh yes, and our saw, I just made it a little bit here. You know, this little corner is perfect for our saw, because I needed some place to put this, and I was running out of space and I forgot the saw. Now that pretty much covers most of the contraptions that I may need. Now you might be noticing there's no blazes. There's no blazes going around. Because those are actually meant for some specific stuff. Like for example, brass automation requires a blaze burner, right? But since I intend to have an automated copper farm and an automatic zinc farm, I can actually handle the brass over there. And I think that will be better to have a automation that makes me brass infinitely rather than I having to craft it manually. Because all of these things over here, they're for manual use, right? This is stuff that I kind of want to like get my building blocks done and stuff like that. Okay, I just discovered that it's actually an infinite way of getting netherite scrap by crushing down netherite bricks. And of course, netherite bricks you can make by just haunting bricks. And the bricks you can make it with clay. So I guess I'm gonna try and get some more netherite. But while I try and get that working, this floor is like only half done, not even half done to be honest. I still have like this entire row empty and all this section empty. Oh, and I do have my crafter over there. But this area, I'm actually gonna make something of a living room where I actually have my chip tables, and I don't require actually having this thing over here. All my chip tables, a bed, some proper dedicated storage to some items, I'm thinking, and stuff like that. But I still have plenty of room. So if you think I missed any contraptions, let me know. Oh yeah, of course, and the roof. I'm still missing a roof. I still don't know what I can do with this, and it's probably not gonna be done today, to be honest. But now this video is probably way overdue by now, and I kinda need to AFK to gather more logs over here. I do need to make a better version of the tree farm and stuff like that. But, you know, it's probably all the time I'm gonna have for today. I need to edit the video and get this out to you guys, so you guys can actually enjoy some Minecraft content. Oh, and just one quick thing, I also need to figure out how am I gonna get in my base, because I don't think I want to go through those doors if there's trains going on there. So yeah, I need to probably make a better entrance. But yes, that's all the time I'm gonna have for today, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't, and as always, see ya in the next one. Bye! Welcome back everybody to another Create video. And I give you the finished main base. Well, kind of finished. This floor is finished, mostly. Yep, except this floor. This floor needs a little bit of work, as you guys can see at the back here. We did a little bit of this on the live stream, and I did some touches between the live stream and now, and we're probably gonna get it done today. That being said, there's actually something we need to start off today, because I intend on making myself a little bit of a village. And why a village? Well, I think it would look cool to have a little bit of a town over there that would have probably some connection to that building over there, and I want to build a train station right over there as well. That will probably be managing and making some resources that I'm not making here, and we can have trains here going to the town, pick them up, and then bringing them back here. Alongside with going over there and getting us some lava, and much needed lava. You see, the first thing on the menu for today is actually fixing a little bit of an issue that I have while working on some trains. You see, the jetpack over here uses fuel and water, and I kind of want to have an automated way of refilling it, and enter these tanks, this large filling tank and this large fueling tank. One takes lava, another takes water. The problem with these is that you actually have to manually use them on a body of water and a body of lava to actually fill them up. So over here on the main base, I made myself a little bit of a bedroom over here, where we have a bunch of our working tables, some of our shulker boxes, our bed, but most importantly, a few tanks over here. And this one will only come in like much later down in the series to be used, but I want to start off with these two right here. Now, and what are these? I'm gonna have one for water and another one for lava, and we have a deployer here that's actually being powered, and it's actually gonna grab, like, for example, this filling tank, and it's gonna get it on his hand, and then if I have water being poured into there, it will right click on the water and will fill it up for me. And then all I gotta do to take it out is just activate the lever, and boom. But the water is very easy to do, not the lava though. But we have to bring the lava here, because we have an infinite lava source in the power plant. So that means we have to connect this train line all the way over there, because I want to have a little bit of a train doing this for me. I just want to ask you guys, do you guys want a world tour of how the world currently is, and do you want a world download? Because I can actually get you guys hands on this if you just use my pack, of course, because a lot of mods are weird without using my pack. But if you want, I can make this world available just as it is right now, and you guys can go ahead and play on it and have yourself, well, fully done base, I guess. So I actually expanded the rail line to actually go all the way and around the power plant, which means we can actually start do some trains. So first things first, I'm actually gonna go ahead and point down here a train station. Of course, trains move right, and I think this is a decent enough spot. And even put it over here, and we got our hands on a train. Now I want to create a new train, so we got to toggle that on, and now we can see that I can place a bogie there, and that's gonna be our main train, like head, like the front of the train. And I kind of need to figure out, like, I could probably do like this and then put these two together. I think they connect, so I'm not sure. I think they do, and that would make it so that I would have a front train here. Actually, I'm probably gonna change it actually. Okay, so this is at least like the size I want. I want like a 5 blocks for the main part of the train, and then I'm gonna have like a 7 block gap on here, mainly because I'm gonna use these fluid vessels, not fluid tanks. These are from Create Connected, which, well, they're pretty much the same as a fluid tank. The only difference is that these ones actually create a tank on the horizontal side, so you don't really need to make a vertical tank here. I can actually just go over here, place down like this, and pretty much just like an item vault, and you get your hands on a sideways tank. And actually, I really like the windows here. They look pretty decent. And actually, for our train rider, we're gonna go ahead and give this pig another use, and he's gonna be our train driver right here. Now, of course, we need some extra things. We need train controls here. We need to have him on a seat, and then we actually need to, well, assemble the train itself, but I'm probably gonna decorate it a little bit more. And we also need to make sure that he has a train schedule, because I want him to go from here all the way to the power plant and then back to bring us water and lava. And so I actually went ahead and did all the train. There's some things that I could have worked on, like the front and stuff like that. I made a whistle, which I kind of don't know if it actually works, but most importantly, we have our tanks over here. And as you can see, they already have some lava and some water over here, because I actually brought it. I had to connect this station to the other station just to see if it works, and then I let these guys fill up. I actually handed the system over here, which takes the water and the lava out of here, and I actually thought I needed a little bit more pumps, but I don't really need any pumps here. I have a pump all the way at the top, and I just broke something I didn't actually want to break. So now the train is all properly set up, and I'm gonna go ahead and assemble it again, just like this. And as you can see, it's connecting the lava and the water. It's taking it all the way upstairs, and it's now filling up these tanks. They're now completely filled up, and basically now I can just grab onto these guys over here. For example, take the lava one, put it over here, and as you can see, it's going to start putting in the lava into that container. I can do the same with the water over here, and whenever these guys stop, just like that, I can actually just take them out by activating, or I guess deactivating, the levers, and boom, there we go. We got our tanks filled up, our jetpack is now filled up, and we got an infinite way of refilling it, which is great. But of course, that's all good, but the train is not yet like moving. It's just sitting there. I moved it manually. So now we gotta do this thing properly, which means I gotta give some orders to our little piggy here. So using a train schedule, you can actually toggle this on, and I want you to travel to a station, which is going to be the power plant. You're gonna have fluid cargo condition with more than 10. Can I write? Okay, he takes, I believe this thing takes 360 buckets. So as soon as he has like more than 355 buckets, he will then start moving, and he actually has to wait 5 seconds. I don't understand if he's gonna do this first or do this last. We're gonna figure it out later. And then you're actually gonna go to the main base, and you're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna wait for fluid cargo condition, and not less than, actually no, she's just gonna do some timing here. I'm gonna do it like 15 seconds. You wait 15 seconds to let the tanks fill as much as they need. They really don't need to fill up that more, which is kind of okay. I'm not really gonna be consuming tons and tons of lava and stuff like that. So now we right click him and he's off, which is gonna be very, very cool. So as you can see, he just turns in there and he goes all the way there. He will wrap around the entire building, and then he will stop right over here. Oh, and it does actually make a train noise, which is kind of nice. And then he sits here. He does what it has to do over there by filling up the tanks with lava and water. And yes, he only waited 5 seconds. So I guess we need to figure out a better way of making him stay here longer. Okay, so I just deleted the wait 5 seconds, and he now prioritizes this, I'm pretty sure. So let's go ahead and try this again.
And now he sits here, he connects, he's filling up with lava, he's filling up with water, and he should only really start moving when he's completely filled. Not completely filled, but decently filled. And to actually fill him up with lava and water, we have back here, I have an extra pipe, which is taking the lava out of these tanks and into another tank over here. And the water, I just had a fluid pump here to put it into this one. And these are the ones feeding directly into the drain. Well, it started moving early, and I think I know why. I think he actually puts together the lava buckets and the water buckets. I think he kind of smooshes them together and adds them up. So we might just want to add in like a timer rule instead. We might just want to wait some time instead of actually doing anything like this. So just wait like 30 seconds. Yeah. Every time he goes there, just waits 30 seconds, and that should do it. We really probably don't need anything more than this. Now, in the meantime, I also fixed my kelp problem by making myself a little bit of a kelp farm over here, which is making me tons and tons of kelp. And I'll probably hook this up into the smelter at the top and into my system, so it actually picks up the kelp from here and turns it into smoked kelp or cooked kelp. What's the actual name of this? I keep forgetting. Kelp. Dried kelp. Of course it is. Of course I get this one right. And I probably want to hook it up to this one. Possibly. The problem with hooking it up to this system is that these guys are all automating in their their outputs into the workshop receivers. So I might just want to have a cooking setup that I can use for some automations, which I kind of need to figure out the space for it. And it might just be on that same floor. It doesn't need to be super crazy. It doesn't need to be as fast as this one. Just a simple fan that will do whatever it needs to do, to be honest, and just automate some belch crafting most likely, and some food, because I had to actually going back to my original egg sandwiches, which is not great. I mean, at least I can actually manually do this for now as well. So actually, I wanted to get my hands down and just fly out to that window and start building the village, but I actually came across these pretty interesting tools from Create Stuff and Additions, and I think I want to do them just because they have an increased interaction range, and I think they might be really cool to help me build stuff. So I'm gonna just use my crafting over here and actually get my hands on some of these tools. Yeah, these tools are gonna be very handy. Look at that range. It's really good. But I think I'll work on enchanting these bad boys with all the good stuff in between cuts and stuff like that. But for now, let's actually start building. And hey, look at that. We now have what it's probably just the shell at the moment of our terrain station. And going over here, you can see I already moved in the power with the power towers over here, which means if we need any power, we have access to it right here. Now, of course, this is just a shell and there's still a lot of detailing that needs to go on here, but I was actually starting to work on the rails here, and then I remembered there's something I can do.
See, something I didn't do with that other train over there is that I didn't actually use one of the Create's best things for, well, rail management. And that is the roller, the mechanical roller, which is a pretty good thing to clear path, but most importantly, create path. You see, if I give a create train a roller and I put it on the filter and I give it some storage, you can see that it will replace the blocks below with, well, the item I actually give it to, for example, tough, and that's actually the one that I'm going to be using. But more importantly is the fact that if I do this at a little bit of a height, it can actually fill in the areas below. And for example, areas like this, where things are actually just floating, I can actually use the rollers and it will fill in the gaps below. So I'm actually gonna stop this guy temporarily while I actually work on getting some rollers, but not on him. See, all the way over here where we have, well, the end of the line currently, I even have these train buffers just in case I just decide to bring a train in this direction. We can now break these and we can use the train tracks to just make a little bit of a loop for ourselves. And well, actually we don't even need the loop, because I believe with the range we can just relocate trains very easily. So I don't think I even need it. What I do need is to set up some train stations around here. Now, I don't really have an idea of how I'm gonna manage the trains coming in here. So I'm pretty much just going to figure out, well, a general area for the stations. Like something like this. And that's really all that I'm gonna do. Just gonna place a bunch of these, always to the right of the track, so I always know what I'm doing, just like that, and they're all just perfectly lined up like this. And I just remembered that these ones actually go that way. Okay, there we go. We now have these 4 stations in. Now there is actually something that we need to do if we're going to have multiple trains going in here, and that's actually using these train signals. Now I have some hooked up at the base, and you can see that while I'm holding it, you can see some colors in the train tracks, and there we go. I have one right here, which I made this a little bit of a post to hold them. Basically, what they do, as you can see that one's turning red, is it will block any train of going into this junction while there's another train on it. Now you can see this railroad is yellow, which means that anything that's on the yellow track cannot move because there's a train on it. Well, but that's the train, the one that I just stopped all the way over there. So to fix this, we need to add some more signals around here to kind of separate the tracks a little bit more. So I'm just gonna temporarily place a few so that I can actually use trains perfectly, and I can actually give you guys a better look. As you can see, yeah, that one is a green one, this one is now the yellow one, and when it reaches all the way over there, it should change back, yeah, to green. So the yellow one is now free, which means, yeah, that light is off. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put a couple extra ones here, so we have this like intersection here always separated from anything really, because we don't really want to have plenty of trains running along here. Now we can make it so they can actually work perfectly here. The way I like to do it is I like to have the intersection completely separated from anything else, which means if a single train is here, no other one can actually join in, which is fine for me because it pretty much guarantees me that I will not have trains colliding in this area, which is well, ideal, right? We do not want our trains to just keep crashing into each other. And now we have all of the intersection in this orange path. So now that I have these on, I'm actually gonna go ahead and make myself a new train. I want to make something that's going to be super temporary, just using a couple of blocks. I do intend to make a better version of what I'm about to do, But that's gonna have to wait a little bit because I need to plan some things first. But this should do the trick. So basically all we need is to put the rollers down. We're actually going to filter them into, well, they're all automatically putting into there, which should be fine. And I want to straight fill below, and then we just need to, well, glue everything together, put a seat on, put some train controls, and we should be good to go. And there we go, we have a little bit of our train here, and let me put this to the test. So we can relocate it. I mean, it's too far away, so we can't really put them very easily. But I guess we can just take them like here. Ideally, I'll put him here. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I got teleported there, but this is perfect. So now all we really need to do is just hop on here and ride along here. I'll put the train tracks on, and it's not doing anything. Okay, now I believe it's properly set up. It's now on clear and pave, but it's not actually moving forward. This guy is giving me quite a hard time here. Oh, there we go. We have movement. As you can see, it's going to go ahead and replace all of this with, well, a bunch, and I mean a bunch of tough. The only issue really is tough. I need to get my hands on a bunch of it, and I have some deposited in my storage, but I think I'll be needing more. I am scared of what he's going to do here because I do not want him to break my stairs. So we're probably just gonna be moving him one further. And did that not place anything? Did I just run out of tough? No, I didn't. Okay, so why are you not gonna break those stairs? Yep, it breaks the stairs. Okay, so we cannot move him into here, but that's fine because I already did that for. And we can see here it does a little bit of the curve there. We still probably need to come here again and do the fill below, but for some small ramps it will do it just fine. But as you can see here, yeah, we still need the fill below. Yep, so now we can see it's gonna fill all those blocks below, and that's actually what's just gonna consume pretty much all of my stuff. Okay, but now I actually changed it to the last mode and I switched it up to gravel, as you can see there, and now it's going to be making these areas sloped. So if an area, like for example this one, is too high, it will try and slope it down. And I have the train again. Oh, come on. So yeah, something like this, and this should give at least a little bit of a more natural look to this area. And we can even like give it some different variations so it doesn't just look so flat, but at least it helps a little bit in the terraforming process. And this actually cuts the corners of the factory floor here, so I'm probably just gonna ignore it. But yeah, you can see that areas like this look a lot cleaner now. Of course, they need some touching up, but yeah, that should look a lot better. And boom, you can go on your merry way again. Well, pretty much all my stuff is actually gone, and I actually changed it so this little dude now stops at the proper train stations, and he actually stays there for, well, longer. Yeah, you probably already screamed at me that I could have just turned it into cargoing activity, and that's what I did. I turned it cargoing activity, and after 10 seconds the train just moves forward. But I'd say the most important addition is it now actually stops here at this train station. Now I just need to see where he actually pops on by, and well, unfortunately the things are right here, so I'm gonna actually put these blocks here. Now we might just want to add these fluid valves or fluid interfaces to this other side, just so we can actually take it off here directly. But well, actually, to be honest,
we can actually use this, you know. Let's just manage stuff in these middle areas, which will make this area a lot cleaner. Yeah, I think that'll be better. And we just saw the signals in action because I made a little bit of a loop so the train can actually move forward. This is, well, currently only temporary, but the train was not able to go to that side of the track because we have a signal here and we have our other, well, train that's not even a train, just more like a cart here, just occupying this station. So, well, this was a lot of work getting this all set up, and there's a lot more work to do because I want to get some things rolling. Now, this guy will bring us in lava, and with lava we can do plenty of cool things. Most importantly, probably help with some automations. Now, we can even do stuff like this, of course, and maybe do some things just like stone, because I do want to have stone automated because it's a little bit trickier. I was thinking of making an obsidian farm as well, but we can just automate magma and magma cubes and then just wash the magma blocks and turn it into obsidian. So I don't think that's really necessary as well. We may want to do basalt to have an extra block, but I think we want to get this thing rolling even higher. As you see, we have this little factory over here, which has been incredibly handy, getting on my hands on a bunch of blocks, granite, diorite, andesites, some nuggets as well, but most importantly the trains, the train tracks. But this is very, very slow, and you can see when it's working full powered, it doesn't even like have a stockpile of lava. It's not great to be honest, which means we can either just give this area more lava by maybe rerouting the train here or something like that, or we can just improve this overall over in the new area, and I think we could do something with that over there. And man, this is not yet completed, but it looks pretty cool. And yes, these clocks actually work. So I'm actually using the clock bearings from the Create mod, and this is actually a fully functional clock. Now, I do have a little bit of a question for you guys. Well, just one more. Should I put clock on all four sides? At the moment, I only have like a window on this side and on the other side, but I feel like I should be able to watch the clock from my base. And currently, I can't barely see this one. So maybe I just want to put clocks on all the four sides. What you guys think? And I think the train station is, well, mostly finished. There's some details probably missing here and there, but the bulk of it is now completely done and also decorated, as you guys can see. There's still a lot of things that probably need to come in here, but that of course will depend on the trains. That's why I'm just leaving it open for now. I also have that area which will probably be used to handle train stuff as well. I got some extra rooms here on the sides to probably manage and send packages and stuff, like, or maybe I can use it like a ticket holder thingy, like a normal train station. These are my shulker boxes, so I just had to use to make a lot of stuff here. And yes, you did see that we have power here, so whenever that train comes in, these fluid transporters or interfaces connect, and then we have the pipings on the ceiling filling up these two massive tanks. Now, I also like to bring in the water, not really because we need it, because water is infinite in the world, you know, and of course lava it's now as well, but well, we literally by lake, I guess you could call this a lake, sort of. And I realized that I can't quite fit everything I wanted into this episode, because I wanted to start a village that's going to go right around here using the lava and the water here to make pretty much all of these: ochrum, crimsite, azurine, viridium, and tuff. I want to make all of these 5 blocks here, keep a stockpile, and also process them in another like specific factory later, but mostly just making all of these 5 blocks for now. But like I said, I cannot fit everything into a single episode, so we're gonna have to cut it here for today. But hopefully you guys still enjoy this video where we make the train station. There's plenty to come, and I actually can start right on to the next episode to get to you even sooner than normal. So of course, as always, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't, and see ya in the next one. Bye. Today I want to start using the train station and using the lava and the water it gets us.
so that we have a working village. And now with an upgraded armor set, it's actually time to start working on the village. Now, as I started planning over here the village, I laid down our cobble generator over here, and this guy is meant to be the center of the village. And this area I intend to be making ochrum, crimsite, azurine, viridium, tuff, nether quartz, and andesite. And I want to have like a building for each of them, except for tuff, which is, well, technically this one. As you see, out of all of those blocks, we get pretty much all the ingots we're gonna need. Because if we take a look at the crushed recipes of most of the ores, we can get crushed iron from crimsite, we can get crushed gold from ochrum, we can get crushed copper from viridium, and we can get crushed zinc from azurine. And nether quartz, we can get it from washing some soul sand, which of course we can get from haunting some sand, which sand we can get from crushing gravel, and gravel comes from cobblestone, and that's why this guy's here. And then lastly, it's the tuff. Now to make tuff, I'm going to use this recipe right here, which uses 9 copper pieces or cobblestone pieces and water pressed down to making tuff. We could either go this route as well if we wanted to, because we do have access to lava, and I do intend on making andesite as well, so we could use this recipe if we want to. This is a recipe added by Stam Creative Tweaks, but we have this one from Create Ultimate Factory, so I might as well just use this one for simplicity. And that means I need to expand this thing so we can do all the things that I needed to do. So now I actually moved in the cobblestone generator and actually had some power in here, and now we have some crushing wheels which already have this vault filled up with gravel, and we're now filling this one with tuff. And we have of course the tower here, and I'm just trying to get some resources to start making like some roads and stuff like that, and this will be like the main stone that I'm going to be using around here. But now I want to make a bunch of buildings for all of these, but of course I need to bring the lava and the water, so that's exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm going to probably make like some tanks like outside here, and we're going to connect it to there. So as you can see, I extended the lava and the water over here to those tanks, and then I extended this fluid pipe to some foundations where I plan to having the buildings. We're gonna have ochrum, viridium, azurine, and the other one, which I keep forgetting the name, crimsite, and then the last one over here will be andesite. And then of course I do still need to point out where I want to have my quartz being done, probably like in this corner of this foundation. That being said, I think it's time to plan out how I'm going to do this. So basically extended also some of these cogwheels, not cogwheels, chain conveyors, so that I can use some frog boards, and I can link them to those storage to send the gravel and the tuff and stuff anywhere they actually need it to be. I also need to make a building, which is probably going to go all the way there, which is basically going to crush the tuff into making gravel and the nuggets that we're going to be needing. Because you see, in order to make all of this, we need copper, gold, iron, zinc, and copper nuggets. And if you take a look at the tuff and we see the crushed recipe, we get all of those plus electrum plus flint, and we're also going to be needing flint to be making andesite. So the flint's going to be used. We're still going to be crushing some sand to make soul sand, so we're also going to be getting some extra flint. We're going to have an excess of clay, which I may just dump, I may not, I don't know. Now, as I begin to set up things, I want to take you guys through the process. Now, basically, I'm going to start with the tuff processing right now because we need to have it so we actually use the recipe that we have here to turn tuff by crushing into all of these separate nuggets and flint. Now, we do have 6 things here, and I don't really want electrum right now. So we're probably going to be voiding. We can actually still kind of keep it here. Just a little bit. We don't really need a lot of it, but we can just safe keep it for now. But the most important are these 5. It's going to be flint, iron, gold, copper, and zinc. And we're going to also have these like threshold switches because I'm going to use them to control that guy over there. So whenever all of them are full over here, that means that that guy can actually stop like making tuff.
Then what we're going to do is we're going to have to get up probably here a wall where we're going to be using some of these factory gauges to actually tell what it needs to do. So basically, for example, if we have iron nuggets, we're going to be using to make crimsite over here, and we're going to have to send it to the crimsite area. So we're going to have it all set up in the wall. So a frog port, we'll toss it into that chain drive. It will go into there, which we have, of course, a little bit of a loop here of chain drives, and we're going to take it. For example, let's say it comes here, and then we have, for example, lava pumping in already, and of course we need the gravel. Now the gravel, I intend to have it automatically like going to everywhere, mainly because I don't want to have anything like properly separated, or I don't want to have a centralized area for now to store things. I want this dude to pump it into this frog, and this frog will basically send into some other frogs. We're probably gonna have to need probably 2 frogs per house, one for gravel and one for the other item that it needs, basically. So the stuff will be sent into here, into this guy, and then it will automatically input into this barrel, and then of course it will be crushed over here, and then it will cycle on through. Then we can have some separations like point, iron, gold, copper, and zinc. And of course you can still catch, if we really want to, we can just put a barrel here with a brass funnel like this, with this pretty much only catching electrum. Now I do have a chute underneath here sending items into lava. I don't know what takes priority. If this can still catch the electrum, that's perfectly fine. If it can't, then well, that's also fine. And I say it's fine because one of the recipes that we're going to be doing down the line is, for example, for this, the ochrum, we're going to be crushing it, turning into gold, and also electrum. So we're going to get electrum even if we didn't want it, basically. So we're still going to get electrons online. If, for example, the gold, if we wash it, we're still going to be getting a little bit of extra nether quartz. So you see what this is actually going to escalate into a pretty big project. Okay, now I'm actually taking care of the gravel because of course we need some extra frogs to deal with that. And what I'm doing is I'm basically adding all these frogs, ignore these items here. I'm basically adding all these frogs into here. So I want to clear that. Well, doesn't matter. We have it in the list. That's what we need right now. I guess, for example, now I have this factory gauge here, which is connected to that frog over there. And what we have is that we have a stock link here, which is basically reading this gravel. It puts the packages here, then the items get sent to this barrel, and then this guy puts it into here, and they go wherever they need to go. So let's start with this one. This is the azurine gravel. Now, the fact that we have the azurine gravel in the checklist means that now that guy can send in packages, and boom, just like that. Now I have this at 9 stacks, which is exactly the cap of a package. So hopefully that guy only sends like a package at a time, and they should keep perfectly stocked. So now all I gotta do, for example, for the ochrum gravel, we go over here, tell it you're gonna be having gravel. You are the ochrum gravel. And more importantly, I want you to have 9 stacks of items. Now the same thing should happen now. Should trigger there. Yep. And boom, these guys now have gravel. Now I need to do this for the rest. And of course, using the same thing here for the tuff, we can now guarantee that this guy is actually just constantly sending in tuff from there all the way over here, which is great. Of course, we do need to still set up the threshold switches so it actually turns off that thing, which is going to take like a little bit of space. But in the meantime, these guys can actually hold quite a lot of items. There you go, 4,000 of each type of nugget. And I'm now trying to set up the azurine one, which is the zinc one. Which basically the inside of this house is going to be looking something like this, where we have the gravel, it's going to go into there, popped into the basin, then we're going to have the zinc coming in here, popping in the same way into the basin, and then the press does what it has to do. And then of course it's going to put it onto the item drain, and then I'm putting in a barrel. I actually think I'm going to have like some sort of back road here that will be connecting all the houses, and probably have like a vault here at the end. Something like that. I actually need to get some more extra vaults. Basically, we have a decent amount of storage for blocks. And more importantly, it would give me access here at the back where I want to put a road to take them out of here, basically. So I brought here our cardboard wall, and now we have the amounts of the items that we already have over there. And now basically I have the zinc. I made a connection here by doing this, by adding the connection, and boom, it's already connected. And now we tell them if you send 2 zinc nuggets, you will be expecting 1 azurine. Now, of course, we can actually increase this. We know it's a 2 to 1, so let's say you send, for example, like 8, you're going to be expecting 4 azurine out of this recipe. Now, before I actually set a target here, I do need to, well, power this. And powering this is going to be a little bit tricky. I was thinking of having shafts like crossing into the middle of the road, or possibly through the ground, like having them embedded in the floor. I think that will look cool. Oh, I have now connected power over here through the road to pretty much all the areas over here. So now let's actually use this one as a little bit of a test drive. So let's say, for example, that we want 16 stacks of this. So now it should actually start sending items from there to there. And hopefully, yeah, that guy picks it up. Boom. And this guy is on the wrong side. Okay, there we go. Well, that was bad because it got a zinc. Oh, hold on. Why is it sending? Okay, now it's making the same thing. Okay, so I gotta put a filter on these guys to make sure that they don't actually do the wrong things. So yeah, I think we should be fine from now on. Well, there was some tiny issues, but I fixed them. And now every single one of these are actually fully working. Now, one of the main things was that I actually needed an extra pump on every single one of these because it wasn't actually getting enough lava because for some reason it just wasn't piping. I just had the pipe going down without the pump there, and the lava was pretty much just continuing because that's a pump there. And because the lava was not able to go to every single one of these places without this pump, so I pretty much just had to add an extra pump on every single basin. And now to keep track of the stocks, we have the vaults, we have the packagers here, and I think there's something wrong with this because it only has 1,200. And is that? I asked for. Wait, is that 16 stacks? Oh my god, it is. Yep, I got 16, I got 19, I got 18, I got 11 there, I got 8 here. You're taking your time. Oh yeah, it's taking its time because this one actually costs 7 nuggets per craft. So yeah, that's a lot of nuggets. Now, that being said, there was a little bit of an issue with this guy as well, because he was not giving me enough lava because, well, I was actually using it, all the lava to make like 5 different blocks at once. Which means this area is now fully working except for the road that's actually going to pick up these items, and there's a couple of items that I still need to automate, but I think I should decorate this area first. So after a couple of hours, we now have some buildings, not all of them. So I went ahead and expanded this area, so we have a road going all around. I made the buildings, each of them has the roof respective to the block that they are making. I'm still missing some doors, but that's not really a big deal. This took me a couple hours to do because I couldn't get the roof right, because yeah, I'm really bad at roofs. And we have this one, which has a little bit of an opening so packages can come through here. Now, that being said, I know this is not perfectly aligned. I could move that post a little bit, but I'm lazy. And of course, we're still missing the building for the middle one. Now, this one, I kind of have no clue what I want to do, because I still need to somehow get packages out of here to make the sand and soul sand. So technically, I'm one building short, which I think is going to go right over here. Plus loading or unloading for the trucks over there, something like that. Like I still need to plan a little bit more this area, but I think this is looking good, you know. What do you guys think? But the way I see it, those buildings can wait, because there's actually something more important that we need to hook up now. Because I want to guarantee that I have some of these blocks over there at my storage, so whenever I want to build, I just have them. So that's going to require packages. That's why we have this output at the back on every single house. And you can ignore this. This is basically just so I can grab them if I need them. Let's just focus on the packages at this moment. So I'm actually going to need a train, or well, not an actual train. I'm going to try and make it look like a truck. That's why I have this rope, so we can actually go along here picking up packages and stuff like that. And I kind of need to figure out how do I want it to pick up, like from these 5 buildings that we have so far. Of course, we need to leave space for another building. And what is he actually going to do with it? Because what if he picks them up? Like, what's next? Now, initially I thought, well, then we can just enter this area and then use these railings to go into the base and deposit the items. But that's not really a good idea. You see, it's going to be a truck, right? And that's trains, and trucks don't ride on there, so that will not look good. Besides, I'm actually going to hide these train tracks below, and you're not going to be able to see the train tracks, just the truck moving along here. So we need to figure out a way of doing that while making a decent enough thing for a truck. I might just raise this with slabs, maybe, because I think this is actually too low for the look I wanted to have. Or maybe just remove the stairs and replace it with slabs. I guess we'll have to figure that out. Besides that, we need to figure out timings and packages, and how is he actually going to be able to pick up packages, and when does he know to pick up packages. Whew, that's a lot of work. But first I need to go ahead and clear up this area, and that's why I have a little bit of a sewage over here, like a secret entrance where I can just open this door and boom, we're in the underground, which is perfect, because I do need an area to kind of manage what the truck is gonna do, put the stations, put railings. So yeah, this is a good area. Well, unfortunately, with the road I made doesn't actually support, well, trains, because it does have a lot of tight corners, unfortunately. But we have the second best thing, which is a minecart, which can actually just hold the entire truck on its own. Now, it is a little bit wonky on some areas, but, you know, I guess it adds character to it, you know, because, well, we can only do so much, right? So I'll not be able to use the schedule to pick up packages and stuff like that, but I can still make him stop at pretty much every single one of these areas, because it does have portable storage interfaces on the sides, so we can actually just pick up packages. Because if I did this correctly, it's only like a matter of popping the item into here with a portable storage interface, because there's another portable storage interface right here. Like, I might need to do some shenanigans here, but we should be pretty much fine. So the setup is actually quite simple. Put into a funnel, got a drain, got a depot right there, which then puts it back into here as soon as it has anything. Now we could test this out, possibly with like one of you, and see if it picks it up. Oh, that's disappointing. He didn't pick the item up. And he does have storage inside of him. So maybe actually with a little bit of power or rotational power, we can actually make him work. So then I can actually just grab power from inside of these houses. So we shouldn't really need to mess with a lot of stuff, you know, just like this, hopefully that, and maybe a shaft, and hopefully that's all we really need. Yeah, it's going the right way. So let's toss this again. And yep, it took it. Well, actually, I need to take it back, so I guess I'll just reverse the direction here. And hopefully it will give me the block back. Houston, we have a problem. He doesn't seem to want to give me the block back. Why? Why does he want that block? Okay, I got it. But that's dumb. For some reason, he didn't want to give me the normal way. I had to actually grab it from there with a hopper, which is fine, I guess. He's only meant to be loading here. But hey, I still want to mess with trains today, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do right now, because we need to get the items from here all the way to the main base. And we have a perfectly good train station right there. Which means what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna set up an area there, which is pretty much going to pick up the packages that any packages that he has, and it's gonna put them into a belt, which is actually gonna follow these pipes over here, and it will go all the way through there and inside the train station. Now, from inside the train station, we can actually not do anything with this area, because we have this liquid train going on. But I'm thinking about, on this second area, maybe having a train always sitting here, and this guy will always be waiting for some packages. And if he doesn't have any packages, he can just sit here, you know? Or maybe like somewhere like here. I think this one is actually better. We can just get rid of this guy for now, or relocate it to here or something like that. No, we actually need to get rid of him now that I think about it, because currently the trains that want to loop around, they all just need to loop there and, well, go back through this line because this one is occupied. So I guess we can get rid of this one or adapt this one to be the one that we're going to be having setting in the packages over there. Then we'll hook him up to the packages that will follow along through here, and of course only if he has anything, he will stop here at this station and we'll unload it somewhere and then put it into our main storage right here, because we do have these lines over here, so we can just hook up some frogs to this. So I've already made a new train. Look at that. Isn't she a beauty? Now, we do still need to get the rider on in, and it's probably going to be Jimmy, who's sitting in the second floor there. Come on, Jimmy. You're gonna ride a train. There we go, Jimmy. You got a train for yourself. You can ride it, right? I don't see a cap on you. Hopefully you can still ride the train as its conductor. Oh, that might be an issue. Well, we'll try and figure it out when we figure it out. At the moment, we need to now work out how the train is gonna get there. And basically, I have this thing hooked up to a post box. So I'm actually gonna make this area look a little bit better and nicer, so we can actually see things better. But basically, the packages come in here, they go through here, and they go all the way to a post box down at the end there, which is connected to the train station. So any post box that goes into there should be picked up by the train. Then when the train has a post box, it will come all the way here and stop at this station, which is connected to that post box over there, which then takes the items out. And this is the main cargo, and I put an asterisk because anything I put main cargo something will come and will pop out over here. But then over here, I actually have 3 brass tunnels, just because I don't know if one can quite handle it, but sure. And then we have the main cargo stone. So anything I send into main cargo stones will be put into this item vault right here. So in order to set this up, we need to grab ourselves a schedule, and we're gonna have the train stations. Now, basically, oh, I forgot to name it. Oh boy. Okay, now we have the cargo station here. So basically, we want to tell him to deliver. You're going to deliver a package. Wait. No, you're gonna travel to station, yes, and it's going to be the main base. Now, in the main base, you should be delivering a package. You're going to deliver a package, yes, but in order for him to move to the main base, I actually need to have item cargo condition of more than, well, 1 item. So if he has 1 item, he should go. But then I also need to add condition for him to wait 10 seconds. So you should have this, and then you should wait. I believe this is how this works. Only after he has this,
he should have this. So he's going to wait 20 seconds for more packages to come. Then he's going to move to the main base. He's going to deliver the packages, which I'm actually going to put so he has cargo inactivity for now, because if he's only doing this, so if we do this like 5 seconds after he has no cargo inactivity, he should then travel back to the cargo station, where he's going to wait until he has cargo inactivity. No, oh, I think this is the other way around. Hold on. Okay, so I believe this is it. So we should only like move from the cargo station after he has one, then like any item in the storage, and then he waits 20 seconds, and then he's going to be delivering the package to the main cargo. So hopefully he goes exactly to the main cargo station, delivers, and then after 5 seconds of cargo inactivity, he comes back here. So I think that's how this should work. So I now just need to make it so that he has, well, at least one cargo to test this out. And the way I'm gonna do this is with factory gauges. Yes, hopefully I can just come over here to the side of this vault and just slap this on here and then tell it, well, I want Azurine to come in here. And you're gonna come, well, this is meant to be addressed to main cargo stones, so that's the package that you need to have. And oh wait, that's not it, it's here. I need to put it here on these guys. Oh boy, hopefully this works as well. Oh no. Yeah, so something like this, we put it here. We need to monitor this Azurine, which it can see that it has 0. Yes, now it is actually the one that we need. So main cargo and stones, like that, and I'm gonna tell it that you should need 1 stack. Now hopefully this triggers the packager does packaging things, which, yes, there's a package there, and the package didn't actually move forward. Why? Well, I'm gonna test this manually and then figure out why the package is actually not being sent over there. So basically all I really need to do is actually just dump it into there. Oh, okay, it's gonna be a little bit trickier than that. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna toss it into here, and hopefully we should see this guy wait 20 seconds. I think the package just got sent there. We should wait 20 seconds. Can we see if it has anything? No, we can't. Maybe here? No, not there. Okay, so far so good. Yep, it's been more than 20 seconds and he hasn't moved. He does have the package, that's a good sign, but why didn't you move? Because he should wait 20 seconds after this, after having... Oh wait, more than one? So if he only has one item, he doesn't move? So I should just put more than 0 items instead. And now after 20 seconds he goes? He's going! He's actually going! Hold on. Is it actually going to work? It's actually coming into here, so we should see a package being delivered. Yes. And there we go. And it should be unpackaged, and this guy should show now 64 Azurine exactly, and we have the tick here. Perfect. Now the bad part is that this is not picking up the packages. So what am I doing wrong here? Wait, what? He picked up the package now. What do you mean? Oh, what? I guess he just glitches out, and sometimes he picks up the item, sometimes he doesn't. That's really bad, but as long as it works, I mean, we should see a package come out here. Come on, boy, I believe in you. Yes, yes, there we go. We have a package. And I'm actually just immediately going to go to the train to see if he's gonna get it. He got it. Oh, that's perfect. That's actually perfect.
which means now we can put them so that hopefully we have all of them connecting, and I'm actually gonna test it out for a little bit to see if everything runs smoothly. We just need more factory gauges. Okay, so he's just very inconsistent. He does pick them up, but is not, well, is not super consistent. Okay, pick that one up. He picked that one up. I think he picked them all up now. Okay, no, he hasn't picked up this one yet. But he picked up this one. So I don't know why it takes so long to pick them up, but he does pick them up. So is that a win? Kind of. I'm actually just gonna increase the amount of items that I want and see if it actually does what it needs to do. Well, the train is moving, which is exactly what we wanted to do. Yeah, and we got all but one. Okay, that mostly seems to work. The truck is just a little bit weird, and the Viridium I had to manually put in here because I think I messed something up over there, but I think it should work as well. Like, we can even increase this to 10 stacks and just see if it's actually going to pick it up. Then all that's left to do now is actually put this guy here, we connect this little frog probably there, and boom, and we put it on only send items because I only want this guy to be sending stuff, and we connect it to our storage by putting the stock link connected to those. So hopefully if I come over here to this tiny fox, we should see, yes, the Viridium, the Crimsite, and also the Andesite. And the Andesite. Perfect. Yeah, it also doesn't seem to like Viridium that much. Like, the package is just sitting there. So we might need to figure out a different type of thing to actually help me get the packages into the truck. And yes, if you guys know that, please let me know down below in the comments. And now I need to figure out a building for this area down here, but that's probably going to be all the time I have for today. This took a very long time, but it looks really, really cool. We just need that truck to work a little bit better, and we have this thing fully functioning. Oh, well, quick side note, I actually need to put this frog here because I forgot we have belts on this side. Well, see ya. Hello everybody and welcome to another video. And today I'm immediately starting off the video with the finished building over here, the one that we're actually missing. I still need some iron bars here, but it's pretty much done. You can see the inside here, and now of course this machine is now stopped because this is full. And inside of here, our delivery system completed all the requests, and we should be filled, yes, of all the nuggets. Now, of course, we do still need to do something. Nuggets. And yeah, I actually needed to make a third basin over here so we can actually handle a lot more items, and I needed another cobblestone generator, which means this area is now pretty much off limits whenever it's actually working, because it is indeed a lag machine. So hopefully we can now use our little truck here today, which got a little bit of an improvement. And with him and with this delivery system over there to the train station, to that train over there, we can actually start processing all of these guys by crushing them and actually getting the respective ingot. So today we're gonna make an ingot factory, but first there's a couple things we need to figure out. See, this little area over here is actually making cobble, gravel, and tuff, and I would like to have access to it, like these guys, on my main base. So we could just find a way of making the packages come into this guy, and then he would take them to the train, and the train would do its thing. But we got an update to the mod. So we now have some help with these little robot bees. Now I added create mobile packages to help me send items further away and actually make it a lot easier. You see, we don't really need to make a proper line, we can just tell it to go directly into there, for example. So let me just grab all the resources I need, and we can start working on getting the cobblestone, the tuff, and the gravel over here. Oh, and yes, PoE's been sucking a lot of my time, but hopefully I can get some videos back to you soon. So let's start this off right. Now, first of all, I went ahead and grabbed me some very important stuff, mainly more packagers, more factory gauges, and of course these robo B ports. And basically they're the thing that I need to send the packages to, and then the bee will actually do the thing that it needs to do. So first things first, we need to connect the stock link to our already connection, which I believe if we click on there, we should have access to everything. Yeah, this seems right. Yeah, there we go. We're connected to our stones area, basically. Which now means that if I just do... Well, not that, actually. Hold on. Why did I place those guys there? No, scaffoldings. Oh god. There we go. I had shuffle on. And we place a packager. And we place a port. And we connect it to our system like this. Whenever we actually have a request, or for example, gravel, gets sent there. Hopefully. Now, of course, I might want to separate this because this one's actually also requesting for gravel packages, and then the gravel packages will not know where to go. Ooh, I think there might be a little bit of an issue here, because what happens if I request a package? Does it know that it needs to come out of here, or is it actually going to come out there? Guess we'll know when we try it. So basically, I'm gonna have a package here, and then this package is gonna have this Robo B port. And open it up, you can see that, well, there's no Robot B here. We're gonna give it 3 Robot B, and then you're actually a Robo B port. I don't think your name matters for what we're gonna try to do right now. The one that matters is that one. Because to send the things into the train, I'm actually going to be using our belt over here that's going underneath this walkway, and we're going to have this RoboBee port picking up the packages. So you're actually going to be called main cargo stones, because this is the name that we have for our storages, and the packages that we have being sent, like for example there, are being sent through the same name, the main cargo stones. Oh yes, and like I said, we did a little bit of an update here. Basically, what we have is a weighted ejector that sends any packages all the way up there, into that chute, into the hopper, and then into the portable storage interface. And like you guys said in the comments, the problem might have been because that this is like a very tight angle, and the packages were not actually connecting properly to the interface. This way, I've tested it, and it works flawlessly. So now that we have this with a proper name, we have the other one for gravel set up. I only need to grab these factory gauges and connect it to the cargo stones. So we connect it right here, and we can place that one there. We're gonna grab, well, gravel, and we're gonna put it over here and monitor. Of course, this one says 0. I'm gonna say that you're actually gonna be sent to main cargo stones. There we go. And I'm gonna set this to a stack and quickly run over there and try to see what's gonna happen there. And yeah, exactly. We have a lost packages. Okay. So we kind of need to figure out another way of doing this. Okay, that won't work, so new plan. So here's the updated version. We go to this little area that I made upstairs, and we now have, of course, well, we already have this chain going on here, and I made a little bit of a hole there so things can actually go through. We have a main cargo stones frog here, and he picked up that package. So now all we have to do is, I hope that I can just flip this funnel, and then the item will pop along to here, where we have our 9 robot bees. And this guy will take it to, well, the Robo B port that's called main cargo stones. That I've hooked up all the way over here in the train station. And yes, the item does go into a chute down below and go all the way to our cargo train. Oh, and yes, these bees actually go through walls, so this should all work perfectly fine. Of course, I would like them not to go through walls, but I guess we can't manage everything. Oh, there we go. Main cargo stones flying off. There she is. And yes, she's actually gonna go through the block there. Deposit it there. And maybe if we just F4 into here, I think we just saw the package going in. Oh.
Oh, that's bad. Okay, so our chutes actually need to have a filter here. At least the first one. The first one needs to be a chute that doesn't take out the bee. I didn't actually account for that. Okay. Well, it made it here, so now let's actually bump this up to 16 stacks and try and follow it with free cam. Well, it's getting here perfectly. It's going into the bees. I don't think I can actually see the bee from here. There it is. And hopefully it doesn't actually go and... Oh, it's not getting dropped out of here. There's another bee coming there. But at the same time, they don't go back. Huh. Well, I guess we need like another bee port sending bees back. I thought you would go back. Why don't you go back? What's the issue here? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess we need to try and recycle them somehow. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I raise this a little bit so we can actually have some drains here where I'm gonna be exporting the bees out of this little guy. And whenever he has 2 robot bees, or well, no, I guess we can set it so whenever he has 2 robot bees, we can send him into here, or we can just send them all into there and then sort it out over there. And I knew these rooms would be handy. So basically the bees will pop them into here, and now I have a brass funnel here that is only sending items out when there is actually 2 bees. And of course, afterwards it goes into this tunnel. 1 bee goes that way, 1 bee goes this way. Now that one will get packaged into a package that goes into the bee port, tumble onto here and get sent into here. Then this one will take the bee from here, and hopefully this bee will take the package, which means the single bee and itself all the way back to there. Now I do need to get power here. Oh, let's actually put this to the test. Oh wait, hold on. We haven't done, well, nothing here. And if it's actually going to be receiving a package, we need to unpack it. Yes, we need to unpack this. So let's try to make something here real quick to unpack it and then send the bees into here. Okay, so this area should fix the issue. We have the bee port right here, which will take the package and take out the bees. Package goes into this packager, which then should unpackage bees into here. You might need to power this with a lever. I'm not sure. I don't think we do. And then this guy just takes the bees and puts them right into there. So hopefully this works. So let's test this out. Let's put 2 bees into here. They should get split. And you do not go into the packager like that. Okay, so now pushing everything forward of the block so we can actually fit a barrel there, because it does need to go into a barrel. And now put it like that. Packages, sends the package in, and the bee goes. Fly, little bee, fly. And let's see if it works over here. Package, everything. Yes, it worked. It only took like an hour to figure all of this out, so yeah, it took quite a while. Now, unfortunately, I don't really have a good space to put the cobble guy besides this one, where he immediately sends the packages all the way into that chain. It's fine. So technically, all we really have to do now is put tough into here, and we put cobble into here, and after we set them up, we should be able to ask for them and nothing should go wrong. I'll actually just do 1 stack at a time so everything goes smoothly. So let's start with the top here. Let's just ask for a quick stack and see if it works. Well, top is working, so we should be okay, right? Should see a package. Yep, there we goes. Oh, I bumped them both to 16 and oh, what? Hold on. Of course, I'm missing something. Cargo and homes. There we go. And well, let's hope this doesn't like start breaking and I have 50 packages flying.
Well, the bees are flying fine, so hopefully we should be good. And then the bee one is taking the bees back. Ah, that's so good. And here comes another one. And our train just arrived back on again. It should have a few packages, actually. I think it should have like 3 packages now. And it's kind of nice, like I'm using the the post boxes here, and if it has something to send, it has a little flag on there, which is kind of nice. So let's make my area start working. Yep, there should be plenty of packages, just hoping on that the truck starts picking them up, and it should like wait a decent while. Yep, is now picking this one up, and then it's gonna pick this one up. And I believe that one is the last one because it did not ask for more andesite. Yep, there you go. He has 4 packages. This area started into full kickoff mode, building and doing things all around here. Packages are flowing on here, and the train's already coming back from his last delivery to pick up the new ones. Man, it's so cool when I actually see the base like fully working. So cool, man. But now to more important stuff, because we need those ingots and we need them soon. So I made this. We now have a little bit of an area where we can work on and actually start planning things out. And I did move the train track, so now the trains can come in and stop by, or they could just keep going and move forward. Now, I just realized a little bit of a potential issue. You see how we have that train over there? I never really accounted for something. But if we keep like having a very high attention to what we do over here, we should never really have an issue. But for example, we have these portable fluid interfaces right next to this track, right? So any train that pops on here will, well, interact with it. Those ones were not an issue, but these ones could potentially be. If we put any other portable fluid interface at this height on a train that just crosses this area, which is pretty much all of my trains at the moment, we might have some issues. So we do need to pay attention to that. And that's pretty much the reason why I made that thing over there turn the way it does. Because I realized that we could have a potential issue if any of the trains that I made would actually just come over here, do this lap around, and initially I had it connecting over there. And the trains were actually preferring going there instead of using this one that I've built over here. But now the trains, since this is pretty much just a detour in the track and then they just connect on back, if they don't need to go into there, they just keep moving forward, and that should solve some issues. And then I realized I'm gonna need another train because we need the one that's delivering the cargo from the village down there, and we need another one that's gonna take the items from here into our storage. Now I believe that one I'm gonna make a little like not as big, and it should just like sit here until he has any resources. The other one was potentially gonna be using like this train station or a train station there or something like that. But it just stops, deposits what it has to do, and then just moves on, and then the items will be put into this one. Or maybe just the other way around, you know, because I'm still figuring things out. But the most important part is actually building something here that can actually handle those blocks from the village. And hey, right now is also probably a good time to set with that off part and with Wabanode. So if you're looking to host a server and possibly want to help me as well, feel free to check the links down below to host your own Minecraft servers. So I'm starting to point out things here, and I'm actually want to use like some of the new stuff that I have. So I have this brass gearbox, which apparently we can configure every single side on its own. So, oh my god, we can. Oh, that's so good. Because I want that one being there, so because we're gonna have a couple of belts moving along here, taking the items out of here. And if we have this, then we could easily use the gearbox here to power these two sides in the same direction. It's actually so cool. Now, unfortunately, these ones are actually quite expensive because they require a rotational speed controller and a cogwheels to make them. But they're pretty cool, you know. I just place it over here and see that one's moving right, that one isn't. So boom, there we go. So this is what I've built at the moment. You guys can take a little look from above, but let's go through it. So I moved the train station over here. We'll have to connect it to a post box so that the post box will put like the items in here, and then we'll pretty much unpack everything into this item vault, and we'll have it connected so it requests like at least 8 stacks of everything into these vaults, and then they will be coming out here sorted: azurine, viridium, ochrum, and crimsite. They will come up this belt and then drop up into the crushing wheels. Afterwards, everything goes into this middle vault, and this middle vault will need quite a few threshold switches because we need to keep track not only the nuggets that we'll be using to make all of these guys, but the ore itself. Then on the front here, we'll have every single type of ore being let through into the washing setup, and we'll have them filtered at the front. So we'll pretty much sell it. I believe this one is the gold. Yes, you can see the gold nuggets will come out of there, go here and go into the basin, and then we'll just connect it over here to also have gold nuggets here, which I kind of forgot, but we can just do that and then put this guy with a filter to make course gold ingots. And for example, the gold ingots will just pop on into this weighted extractor to jump through this belt and pull up into here, which will then end up into these barrels. Now I'm using barrels, I'm not using a vault, because I want a single storage for every single one of them, because then we can actually connect like threshold switches to some certain areas if you want to. I don't believe we need, because this should back up on its own. Like if that one backs up, this backs up, this backs up, this backs up, which means that all of this will back up. Now the problem here will be if this one's backing up, right? That means that any like gold ingots or stuff like that, or gold nuggets, will get stuck in here. So we do need to kind of figure out a way to handle that. We can just void upgrade these dudes over here. I don't think that's the best option. I'm still need to figure that out a little bit better, because if we void upgrade it, it means that our village over there will most likely never stop running, because it will constantly be making the blocks that needs to be sent into here, and I don't really want that. I like to have like a threshold switch for the entire setup. So maybe what we could do is just have like some sort of overflow protection somewhere. Maybe I can push these barrels like a couple of blocks forward and have it so that the belt kind of turns. So whenever the barrel is full, it will just automatically stop sending golds. Like I think oh wait, I got an idea. You know, threshold switches are amazing. I just realized that what I'm gonna do is whenever this drawer, which I have no clue how many items it can actually hold, whenever this guy is like 75% full, it will send a signal, and that signal will shut off the golds or the, for example, the ochrum. Yeah, the ochrum area, so no more ochrum will be sent. That's what I have to do here. And with 75% should mean that anything that's left from here in terms of gold nuggets should be processed and still end up inside of here. And we'll just turn it back on whenever it's like 10% at a 10% space. I really don't know how much a no diamond barrel upgrade holds, and we can actually make it even higher. So that will be gold. Then we need iron, copper, and zinc. And I believe this one is iron. This one, I don't really know sure which one it is because they come out of there. Okay, so that one is copper. So yeah, this one's copper and this one is zinc. And that's pretty much everything done. Now, of course, we do need to set items in here. We can test out with a stack of each. Like we can manually test it out. It should perfectly work. The only thing I'm missing is filters here, so I need to grab a couple of filters and filter them for the crushed ores. Well, I realized I kind of forgot that we would probably get electrum, and I do need to deal with it, and we might just want to use it and make it into ingots as well. So I think I'm going to use like this little area over here, pick all the electrum out of there, put them into chutes, send them upwards into a second floor where we will be making the ingots, and we'll also be making some brass, because I want to automate brass as well. But most importantly, I now got my hands on a couple of these. I'm not going to use the ochrum just yet because we do not have anywhere to put. Well, I guess we can use it because it will just remain, the nuggets will just remain here, the electrum nuggets. So I might just use it.
Yep, I just realized something else. And that is whenever we are actually washing items, we're gonna get some more items. And I completely forgot about that. So when we're washing raw gold, we're gonna get quartz, for example. So we do need to take it out. Now, luckily, I believe we can take it out over here if we're lucky. We should be able to. Just put like a drawer here and take it out, and then we can put like a, I don't know, weighted ejector and send it somewhere else. Here we do have some extra space here as well that I believe we can take out whatever comes out from the there and there, and that means we're actually going to be need to changing these guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. Or wait a second, I got an idea. Yes, don't you guys love it when all works out? So basically, to fix anything, we can either take the items into the, like here through the middle, or we can actually use these sidelines, which I think I want to do so we can manage it a little bit better. Like we take 2 items here, and we take the other 2 items from here. Then we have a chute that sends the items into the 2nd floor as well. So hopefully I haven't forgotten anything now. So let's give this a proper go now. And I brought myself here a little bit of an item hatch, which I believe we can use to put items into it. And I believe we can just do that. Oh, that's perfect. And that's bad. That's perfect and bad, because I believe I just sent Crimsite into, well, the oblivion, basically. I knew it. I knew it. I had forgotten something. I always do. Okay, now items should not fly off here anymore. So hopefully everything's fine. Now, I did hear things being crushed, which is perfect. Now we should see iron ingots flow into there. Yes, we should see iron being washed. We do see redstone, because redstone is an overflow and it's gonna pop out in the sides. So let's actually take all of it out of here. And we are making iron ingots, right? Yeah, we do. We got 20 iron ingots from that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Now I'm actually gonna process these extra ones that we have over here. And we might just toss in these ones to be washed. Might just send these guys into the vaults so that they can sort themselves out whenever they need to go. We want to probably put these into here so that they are processed. And we should start seeing a bunch of stuff happening here. Well, as you can see, we have all of these things working. I did put the filters on, so I now need to work on the 2nd floor, which should manage all of the electrum and should manage clay, redstone, nether quartz, and gunpowder. Now we can also use the nether quartz and the redstone dust into automating the electrodes and some other things, I guess. This can really expand into a massive factory over here, or we can just use these to send them into our storage. Okay, now I think I got everything under control. So basically what we're doing the same thing that we did before, but now we have some threshold switches over here that have the redstone links connected, and whenever this thing is over 100 stacks, which it can hold 128 stacks, this will now trigger, which will basically mean that it will send a signal all the way back here, stopping that funnel, which should mean that no more, for example, Okram here should leave the vault, which in turn should mean that this would just stack up in Okram, and whenever you have the train delivering a certain amount, the train should then not bring any more Okram, which is perfect. And then, of course, we have the items that are flying over to the 2nd floor over here. We got a belt here that's putting into some of these drawers right here. These ones are void upgraded. I don't really want to have to deal with it. They are gold, so they hold 6,000 of each. That seems pretty nice to me. So they're not infinitely generating. They're of course dependent on these guys below. So they're not independent of their own. They're just some nice byproducts that we can actually use to get some stuff done. And over here we also have the other byproduct being electrum, which means now we need to actually have trains do stuff around here. Now the first train is actually going to be the cargo train that we already have. So it's going to be this little guy. Man, I can't get enough of these new gearboxes from Create Connected, because they just solve a lot of issues that we have. Like
I would have to have 2 gearboxes, but with this one, I can just use this one here. So now we have a train station right here, which is basically going to be the train that's actually going to be depositing stuff. So our cargo train will stop here, and then we need to connect a post box here. So I believe we right click here and put the post box into here, and I'm gonna name it ingot factory. There we go. So basically anything that's being sent to the ingot factory, as we can see. So basically whenever the train has packages to here, they will come out, go into that packager, and being sent into that item vault. And since we already have like these factory gauges connected to these stock links, and the train schedule is already done to immediately travel anywhere that it needs to deposit stuff, and we might want to change this to ingot factory as well. So there we go, ingot factory. We can now pretty much just go here and place these 4 items like so, and basically we need to put all of these here. So all of them are now connected to the ingot factory, right, like so. And now hopefully if I ask this place to have, I'm gonna say 9 stacks because that's a single package, we should be able to just do this on all of them, and we should see any moment a train pop on by with a bunch of packages. Of course, I actually want to make sure that our packages are being sent here, underneath here. They should. So here the boy comes, and please. Okay, 1, 2, 2. Only 2? What? So I just saw this being triggered, and there's actually now, well, packages here. So I'm wondering if it might be a chunk loading issue, and I might need to have this area chunk loaded, which honestly, I really should. Yes, but the train, well, we got those 2 packages, so it should actually move on right through. And why are you going here? Do I have any package to put here? Oh, he might have some here, because I just took some from above. Yeah, it did have something to finish off here. Do you have more packages, sir? No, you actually don't. What? Well, maybe he does. Let's see. Nope, he just went on through. Okay, he has 4 packages, which is the 4 packages that should have been sent up there. So it might just taken some time, and probably that area is not chunk loaded, so that's why those packages were not being sent here. So we need to keep that area chunk loaded, and our base is already chunk loaded, so we should probably chunk load the ingot factory as well. And it should wait 30 seconds, and now it should move through. Oh, right on cue. Here he comes. Please turn, please turn, please turn. Oh, yes. Oh, no. But luckily, that's one of the reasons why I can just relocate stuff. So now we should move on to the other side. And yes, and the packages got delivered, and we got things being processed. There we go. Got things being washed. Perfect. We have ingot automation. Okay, problem number 1. This I kinda need to restrict copper to one of these areas. Copper cannot go on to everyone. I'm sorry, copper. You're gonna have your own dedicated lane, and the others will use everything, because copper actually takes quite a lot. And basically what's happening here is that copper is just backing up because the presses are not fast enough. Now, of course, we can actually make this go faster, because I do have this only at half power, so we can max it out. We're gonna have everything move a lot faster. So these presses should work a lot faster. We should have a bunch of ingots now flying all around, and well, we don't really need to worry about the power. But now we need to work on brass, but I think I want to make the rest of the building first, because well, it just looks nicer. I need to go and grab some chunk loaders, so areas are chunk loaded, and that's gonna take quite a decent amount of time, because I need to point out what building blocks I'm actually gonna use. So yep, that's probably gonna be all the time we're gonna have for today. And guys, feel free to let me know what should I do with this byproduct over here, you know? Let me know down below what you think we should do. But as always guys, hopefully you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't. And as always, see ya in the next one. Bye!